Our story has been filled with conflict, betrayal, and overthrowal. But after many months, the ending to our first major arc is finally here. It's time to find where all miracles begin. In the sandy wastes at the edges of Abydos, Takanashi Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. After hours of anxiously sending messages to Sensei with no response, the teacher had finally returned her calls, and just as Hoshino had hoped, the teacher was determined to help them find Shiroko. When the wolf-eared girl had been kidnapped by a mysterious stranger, Hoshino and the members of the foreclosure task force had frantically searched for her in the twisting sands, but they hadn't found a single trace beyond Shiroko's abandoned bicycle. Perhaps she was overthinking things, but Hoshino felt like it wasn't a coincidence that Shiroko was the one who had been kidnapped. Even though Hoshino had known Shiroko for 2 years, the girl's past was still a mystery. Unlike Ayane, Serika, and Nonomi, who had enrolled normally at Abydos, Shiroko had suddenly appeared one winter day, dressed in a tattered black uniform that Hoshino had never seen before. The wolf-eared girl was almost feral, trying to break into the Abydos storehouse to steal provisions. But after Hoshino and Nonomi had subdued her, they quickly saw that the girl was barely skin and bones, her small frame shaking in the chilly winter air. Much to their alarm, Shiroko could only recall her name, having no memories of where she had come from or why she was near the Abydos campus. She had simply woken up in the frigid Abydos winter, alone and hungry as the snow fell upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, Hoshino had hurried forward, telling Shiroko to come inside with them and wrapping her in a bright blue scarf to ward off the cold winter air. Even now, Hoshino would never forget that moment, watching as Shiroko gently grasped the blue scarf and burrowed deeper into its warmth. The girl had woken up in a strange place, unable to remember who she was or where she had come from, but she had been given a home and a place to belong. And as she grasped that blue scarf, her eyes had filled with a sliver of hope. Over the last 2 years, Shiroko had become an indispensable member of the foreclosure task force, helping to protect their school from the forces of Kaiser Corporation. She certainly had her eccentricities, and was frighteningly competent at planning bank heists, but Shiroko was a reliable ally and an even better friend. And the thought that something had targeted her specifically was terrifying to Hoshino. Listening to Sensei's message, it sounded like the entity responsible for kidnapping Shiroko was called the Chroma, a force from beyond Kivotos that was capable of corrupting halos. A jolt of fear rushed through Hoshino at the thought, remembering how Black Suit had tried and failed to transform her own halo several months prior. Hoshino recalled Black Suit stating that halos were like two sides of a coin. One side contained the power of Mystic, which granted Kivotos students tremendous power, but this paled in comparison to the side of Terror, which represented the raw power of the Forgotten Gods. If what Sensei had said was true, then it sounded like the Chroma may be capable of accomplishing what Black Suit and Gematria had been unable to do, turning a halo from Mystic to Terror and unleashing the power of the ancient forgotten gods of Kivotos. Hoshino had no idea if Shiroko had already been turned by the Chroma, and more importantly, Hoshino wasn't sure if it was possible to revert back to normal once Shiroko had attained the powers of a god. However, much to Hoshino's relief, Sensei was insistent that they still had a chance to save her friend. Even if Shiroko had been turned by the Chroma, there were forces within Kivotos who may know how to change her back. And that sliver of hope was more than enough to keep Hoshino going. Even if the odds were stacked against them, Hoshino was surrounded by reliable allies and friends who would help find Shiroko. And with Sensei's help, they would ensure that no one else would be lost in Abydos. According to Sensei, the last 24 hours had been tumultuous all across Kivotos. Not only had Shiroko been kidnapped, but the General Student Council had fallen into chaos, leading to Rin's censure and removal as acting president of the Sanctum Tower. To everyone's horror, Kaiser Corporation had tried to take advantage of the power vacuum, sweeping in with their enormous military force to seize control of the capital district. Although Kaiser had not been successful in their military coup, thanks to Valkyrie and SRT, the corporation had been successful at unearthing some sort of ancient relic in the Abydos desert. The teacher didn't have any more details on what this artifact was, but they said it could wait until later. More pressingly, Sensei had an urgent request for the Foreclosure Task Force. Before they could locate Shiroko, they needed to prepare for an imminent attack. 6 masses of energy were descending upon Kivotos, one of which was centered directly over the Abydos desert. And before these energy masses manifested, Sensei was trying to gather the most brilliant and tactical minds to defend against them. The Foreclosure Task Force had been at the top of that list. For many years, Abydos had been abandoned by the rest of Kivotos, left to decay under debt and desertification. But with the help of Sensei, the girls had been recognized as one of the most powerful groups in this entire city. Without hesitation, the Foreclosure Task Force responded back to Sensei, agreeing to help the teacher fight back against the forces of the Chroma. Unbeknownst to the girls, as they responded back to the teacher, the sky above them had started to slowly shift, becoming more red than blue with every passing second. Far away from the Foreclosure Task Force, in a secret bunker with dark magenta walls, the members of Gematria had gathered for an urgent meeting. Although the group prided itself on their extensive knowledge of Kivotos, the sudden appearance of 6 masses of energy had called that into question. These energy masses were outside of Gematria's calculations. There weren't many phenomena which could produce such energy readings, and determining what was trying to manifest into Kivotos was Gematria's top priority. Black Suit's current theory was that the energy readings were the work of the nameless priests, the ancient cultists who once ruled Kivotos. In the modern day, the forgotten gods ruled over the city in their student forms, whereas the nameless priests were a more ancient cult, worshipping nameless mechanical gods and technology that could distort the laws of physics. Up until recently, Black Suit had presumed that all the nameless priests had been wiped out. But the brief manifestation of the Ark of Atrahasis had thrown these notions aside. For many years, Black Suit had thought that the enormous artifact in Abydos was the Ark itself. But when the Ark had briefly manifested over the fortress of Eridu, all of Black Suit's calculations had been thrown out the window. Not only was the Abydos artifact not the Ark of Atrahasis, but the Ark itself was much more powerful than the faceless man had ever conceived. Based on Gematria's intel, the Ark had been temporarily summoned by the princess of the nameless gods, and although the Ark's full manifestation had been cut short, this did not mean that the nameless priests weren't still somehow involved. The tech-worshipping cultists had been a frightening force in ancient times, and if any of them had somehow survived, they could now be responsible for the energy readings manifesting above Kivotos. Or at least, that was what Black Suit hoped was responsible. As destructive as the nameless priests were, Black Suit would rather deal with them than the alternative. The Chroma, the unknowable force that corrupted anything it touched, twisting and distorting reality around it. If Kivotos were destroyed by the nameless priests, Black Suit was relatively confident that Gematria could weather out the storm, and perhaps they could even gain a working relationship with the cultists. But if the Chroma was involved, then there wouldn't be a Kivotos left to work in. all the students' halos would revert to their god-like forms, and the newly risen forgotten gods would be driven mad by the Chroma's light as they carved a path of destruction throughout the realm. In particular, the forgotten god Anubis was said to be the god of death, guiding the living down to the underworld, and Blacksuit was not keen on seeing how literal that description should be taken. Turning to look at the other Gematria members, Blacksuit's gaze moved past the frantic Maestro and the stoic Golconda, and fixed upon the unblinking eyes of Beatrice. The ambitious, fickle woman had lost her claim to the Arius district, and had only escaped the clutches of Trinity because of Golconda's timely intervention. But now, her membership in Gematria hinged on the answer to a crucial question. When Beatrice had fought back against the Arius squad and Sensei, she had made brief contact with the Chroma, attempting to harness its power in her ritual. This had been a tremendously risky endeavor, but so far there had been no signs that the Chroma had learned of Kivotos's existence, and Blacksuit now needed to ensure that this was actually the case. Facing Beatrice, Blacksuit enunciated his next words slowly. Had the Chroma truly turned its gaze away from Kivotos, or had it learned of the city's existence through Beatrice's ritual? It was almost like Beatrice had been waiting for exactly such a question. With a rapidly widening smile, Beatrice's many eyes swiveled towards Blacksuit, filling with sheer, unapologetic greed. The ritual had indeed failed, but Beatrice's eyes had been opened by her contact with the Chroma. Kivotos may be under the protection of Sensei, but the Chroma could make that obstacle disappear, ushering in a new era where Beatrice and Gematria could stand atop the Academy City. And before their new world could be created, it first must be destroyed and reshaped into Gematria's image. Looking into Beatrice's red, feathered eyes, consumed with greed and wrath, it was suddenly clear to Blacksuit just how badly Gematria had miscalculated. Beatrice had become so obsessed with maintaining control over Kivotos that she had fashioned herself into an all-powerful ruler, seeking to harness the power of the Chroma to destroy and reforge the entire city. Gematria's long-term goals certainly included taking rulership of this city, but there still needed to be a city to rule once this was all over. As Blacksuit returned Beatrice's gaze, he realized that her plans had been in motion long before the Arius ritual had started. Even if Golconda had left her to rot in those catacombs, the Chroma would already have learned of Kivotos's existence. Beatrice had relinquished her right to Gematria months ago, and before the Chroma arrived, her membership would need to be revoked. Casting a glance to Golconda, Blacksuit could already see the headless man preparing his newest weapon. They'd never had the chance to test it on anything, but with the revelation of Beatrice's betrayal, It was the perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. Before Beatrice could let out another word, Golconda fired the weapon, producing a stream of red light that consumed Beatrice's feathered form. The woman's anguished shrieks echoed throughout the chamber as her body began to collapse in on itself, warping and tearing into a growing black void. Her twisted eyes fixed upon the members of Gematria as her form was torn into pieces, her outstretched arm grasping furiously at the air in one last futile attempt at protest, until all that was left was a small black speck evaporating into the air. The weapon was more effective than any of them had dreamed. Beatrice had been completely erased from existence, and Blacksuit was beginning to feel more confident about their next steps. This weapon had proven that they might actually stand a chance against the Chroma after all. Although the Mimesis and Decagrammaton were exceedingly powerful, Gematria had lost control of most of these monsters long ago, forced to monitor them from afar, while the monsters roamed the outskirts of Kivotos. Their only option was this weapon, and now that Beatrice was out of the picture, Gematria would need to begin planning their next move. Based on their initial readings, the energy masses wouldn't descend upon the city for at least another hour, but they would need to be as quick as possible in dispatching their enemy. As Blacksuit began laying out their plan, he was suddenly interrupted by a noise from nearby. A low humming was coming from the other end of the chamber. Blacksuit, Golconda, and Maestro swiveled toward the sound in unison, only to see an unsettling sight. At the other end of the bunker was a shimmering black oval, ringed with the colors of the rainbow circling around it. As Blacksuit took in the sight before him, he recognized what this oval was. Although he'd only seen it described in theory, the ovular structure in the center of the bunker was none other than a wormhole, connecting Gematria's hideout to some unknown space. For a second, Blacksuit felt a moment of relief. The only people capable of producing such technology were the nameless priests. And if this wormhole had appeared in this room, then that meant that the cultists may be responsible for the energy masses after all. However, Blacksuit's relief quickly disappeared as a figure emerged from the wormhole, her long black heels piercing the silence as she stepped onto the ground. A chill ran up his spine as he recognized who this person was. Her long gray hair billowed out in waves, cascading down her dark dress and shadowed face. Blacksuit could not make out her expression, but her black, cracked halo and long wolf ears were unmistakable. Within the chambers of Gematria stood the form of the wolf god Anubis, who had just materialized into their secret bunker. Without a second thought, Golconda began charging the weapon to fire again, aiming it firmly at Anubis's center of mass. But the newcomer was already moving. With inhuman speed, Anubis pulled out her assault rifle and unloaded into the painting where Golconda's head resided. Anguished cries echoed from the painting. Golconda's other half, the headless Decalcomanie, thrashed about as they felt the joint pain of the painting's wounds. But Anubis was already moving to her next target. With another flurry of shots, her weapon tore into Maestro's body, severing the connection between his two heads as the gunfire ripped through him. Before Black Suit could even react, Anubis was upon him, striking each of his shoulders in quick succession and landing her final shot in the man's head, tearing it open to produce ghastly white flames that rippled into the air. Black Suit staggered backwards, clutching his right arm to try and stabilize. They had been fools to think they could compete with a forgotten god. They may have held a weapon capable of erasing someone's existence, but Gematria's experience in battle paled in comparison to Anubis, who had dispatched them as easily as swatting away flies. Black Suit could feel his essence painfully leaking from his head as he stared back at Anubis, whose cold blue eyes bore into his skull. Her sudden appearance in their chambers could mean only one thing. The Chroma was one step ahead of them, and it sought to take out Gematria before they could stop the Chroma's plans. Not only this, but producing a wormhole was said to be a tremendously difficult accomplishment, one that would need power beyond Kivotos's current capabilities to create. And that was when it all clicked. The only technology that was capable of creating a wormhole was the Ark of Atrahasis. Staring up at Anubis's cold blue eyes, Black Suit realized how completely and utterly Gematria had miscalculated. It wasn't a choice between the Chroma or the nameless priests. Kivotos was now facing the combined powers of them both. It was unclear if the cultists were directly working with the Chroma, or if the Chroma had merely stolen their technology. But either way, Black Suit could scarcely imagine a worse way for Kivotos to meet its demise. As Anubis raised her weapon again to Black Suit's head, the faceless man could only laugh at how little he actually knew. On the other side of Kivotos, within the office of Shale, Sensei had just finished sending their last urgent messages, trying to recruit as many students as they could to form a defense force against the Chroma. The Foreclosure Task Force had immediately agreed to lend their aid, and the leadership of Trinity, Millennium, and Gehenna had pledged to help the teacher in whatever way they could. The teacher had even managed to get the assistance of Yakiako, who would be calling into the meeting to hear Sensei's plan. In the few minutes they had before the students arrived, Sensei began looking through the meeting documents, which Ayumu, Momoka, and Rin had tirelessly prepared over the last hour. Although Rin's authority was still suspended, she was determined to lend whatever help she could to Sensei's plans, and Ayumu and Momoka had immediately followed suit, preparing documents for Sensei's approval. It was surreal. The city had been through so much in such a short time, but the students were determined to work together to help tackle this crisis and prevent the worst from coming to pass. Leaning back in their chair, Sensei's gaze drifted to the collection of Kivotos souvenirs decorating their office. Despite the tension floating in the air, the teacher's shoulders began to relax at the sight of all their memories within Chalet. What had once been a bare-bones office was now filled with souvenirs from the city's students. The office's whiteboard was covered in scribbles from the Foreclosure Task Force, the Game Development Club, and the Makeup Work Club, which Sensei could never bear to erase. Drawings of the famous Momo Friends franchise covered parts of the board, including the iconic Pororo himself, and an enormous stack of New Year's cards covered the teacher's desk, hailing from all corners of the city. The teacher had even been given a small chitin action figure, which was quickly becoming a franchise comparable to Momo Friends. The brightly colored Sentai battlesuit filled the teacher with a sense of nostalgia, even if they still had trouble remembering where they had come from before entering Kivotos. Subconsciously, the teacher gently touched a small blue paper crane perched on their desk. Of all the gifts that Sensei had received, this paper crane was one of their favorites, having appeared suddenly one day with a simple thank you note attached to it. Kivotos was a difficult place for these girls to grow up, and the city had tried to break them so many times, and yet they still held so much compassion and determination. Now that the Chroma was bearing down on the city, Sensei would not let that hard work be in vain. As Sensei looked down at their desk, they began to see something odd. The room seemed like it was changing color, from a bright, cheery blue to a dark, ominous red, almost as if the sky outside was changing color. Sensei shot up from their desk, causing a mound of paperwork to scatter from the table. Through the chalet windows, Sensei could see the entire sky had changed to a murderous red hue, painting the entire city in an eerie magenta light. The Chroma would not wait any longer. It was here, and if Seiya's visions had been correct, then 6 pillars would be descending on the city at any moment. The teacher tried to pull out their phone to contact the students heading to Chalet, but they were interrupted by a violent shaking as the ground beneath Kivotos began to convulse. Instinctively, Sensei grasped the Shatim chest, feeling that the tablet was already warm to the touch. Whatever was happening, the Chroma was about to make its first move, and Arona was prepared to defend Sensei with everything she had. A flash of red shot through the air, and the ground beneath the city buckled as a pillar struck the center of the Sanctum Tower. The enormous building that served as the center for the General Student Council was torn apart as the enormous red pillar crashed into it from above. A wave of dirt and gravel exploded away from the impact site, and Sensei leapt away from the windows, anticipating that they would shatter as soon as the shockwave struck them. Just a second later, the windows of Chalet vibrated violently, almost buckling under the strength of the shockwave, but managing to hold together before completely shattering. After a few terrifying moments, the shaking slowly began to subside, replaced by the sound of sirens blaring through the district of Utnapishtim. Stumbling to their feet, Sensei kept a firm grip on the Shatim chest as they hurried to the windows, looking out at the carnage before them. Just a few blocks away, the Sanctum Tower had been completely decimated by a vibrant red tower. The ground beneath the tower was torn open, with no evidence of the former Sanctum Tower still left standing. The teacher's face had drained of all color. They had known that these energy masses would descend upon the city, but the sheer destruction of them was beyond anything they could have imagined. In a sickening way, it was almost a relief that the General Council had fallen into chaos the day before. That meant that there was no one currently inside the Sanctum Tower when it had been destroyed. But the fact that Kivotos's most powerful energy source had been decimated in an instant was a horrifying demonstration of the Chroma's power. With growing fear, Sensei wondered where the other towers had appeared in the city and began hurriedly dialing on their phone, praying to whatever Kivotos god would listen that no students had been injured when the towers descended. However, before the teacher could start their first call, they realized that they were no longer alone in the chalet office. Standing at the other end of the room, wearing a long, tattered coat, was the form of Decalcomany. Sensei had no idea how the Gematria member had made it inside Chalet, but as they looked upon Decalcomany, they could immediately see that something was deeply wrong. The headless man's cloak was singed, littered with bullet holes and tears, and he was clutching onto a small painting that housed a distorted figure. Golconda had always faced away from Sensei within the painting, but this time, Sensei could actually see Golconda's face. The painted man was twisted in a permanently screaming expression, his eyes and mouth hollowed out into a black abyss. "Golconda?" Sensei said aloud, feeling their apprehension continuing to rise. "Incorrect," the voice in the painting responded, his words grating through the air. "Golconda is no longer. I am Francis, and I will be watching you with Decalcomany." A chill ran up Sensei's arms at the words. Something had distorted Golconda, twisting them into this Francis form, and given the current circumstances, Sensei suspected that the Chroma was involved. For a moment, Sensei worried that Shiroko had also been distorted by the Chroma, just as Golconda had been, but they tried to hold on to a small bit of hope that she was still safe. The question now was why Francis was here in Chalet, as facing down a Gematria member was the last thing Sensei wanted to be doing right now. Francis began to wheeze in the painting, his voice sounding worse and worse by the second. "Heed these final words, Sensei. This narrative has been subverted. Parallel lines will become entangled. The axioms you know to be true dismantled. The quaint story of academies and youth has ended. So, let us begin our new reality. The teacher could feel their blood pressure rising. It was almost like Francis saw this as a delightful game, reveling in how hopeless the situation looked, and insisting that there was no way for Sensei to find a resolution. It was strange. In an odd way, Francis almost reminded the teacher of Seiya, who had once been so obsessed with her destructive visions that she failed to consider how her own actions could reshape the future. As the realization hit the teacher, they straightened up, understanding what they needed to do next. No, Francis. Even if the Sanctum Tower had been destroyed and the Chroma had attacked the members of Gematria, none of it mattered. Regardless of how the odds were stacked against them, Sensei would not stop fighting to change the fate of this entire city. Whatever ending might be in store for us, we'll beat it together. Much to Sensei's surprise, Francis broke out into delighted laughter at the teacher's words. I see. Then I will watch how you fight this story, Sensei. I will watch as you move towards your ending. Before the teacher could get another word in, Francis and Decalcomany faded from the chalet office, disappearing without another trace. Clenching their hands into fists, Sensei took a long, deep breath. Francis may have been an unsettling visitor, but it appeared that he did not mean the teacher any harm. If anything, his cryptic words had given Sensei more to think about. They weren't sure what to make of parallel lines becoming entangled, but it seemed like this had all been Francis's attempt at giving Sensei a warning. Gematria had long sought to enlist Sensei into their ranks, and although the teacher was still skeptical of the organization's true motives, it seemed like a tenuous truce had been established in the interim. Right now, Sensei needed to regain their composure. The Sanctum Tower had just been utterly destroyed, and the General Student Council was in no position to issue orders to the city. Based on the Kronos newscast blaring outside, it seemed like no one had been injured when the pillars descended, but the red towers still glowed with the power of the Chroma. And Sensei was not going to take any chances. Picking up their phone, Sensei made an urgent call to the Kronos School of Journalism, who agreed to broadcast the teacher's message to Kivotos.
Students, please evacuate as quickly as possible away from the towers, and do not approach them. Leave the rest to chalet.
Sensei's message was heard throughout the entire city, and the leaders of Kivotos immediately began to mobilize their evacuation protocols. Halo-less citizens and students alike began to head towards designated safe zones in each district, preparing to shelter before the Chroma unleashed its next set of attacks. Meanwhile, the most powerful forces in Kivotos were mobilizing towards Chalet, ready to meet with Sensei to go over their plans for a counterattack. Given the current circumstances, many leaders decided to call into the meeting, as they wanted to ensure that the situation remained stable in their respective districts. However, several representatives from each academy would still be attending the meeting in person, and much to Sensei's relief, these students had just started arriving. The first to appear at Chalet was Problem Solver 68's strategist, Kyoko. Although she kept a low profile, Sensei had long suspected the girl was tremendously intelligent and would be perfect for strategizing a counterattack against the Chroma. Kyoko was quickly joined by Seminar's Yuka and Gehenna's Akko, who would provide valuable insight to this meeting. Much to the teacher's surprise, the next person to step into Chalet was Hanako, who had been sent as the joint representative of the Tea Party and the Sisterhood. It had been some time since Sensei had seen the Makeup Work Club, and although the circumstances were less than ideal, they were still relieved to see that Hanako had become such a trusted member of Trinity's leadership. Last but not least, the Foreclosure Task Force's Ayane stepped through Chalet's doors, having just arrived by helicopter after racing from the Abydos desert. Sensei could scarcely have imagined a more perfect group. The student representatives were some of the most brilliant minds in the entire city, and they had all come together when Kivotos needed them most. A swell of pride began to rise in the teacher's chest, and they turned to face the last members of this meeting, Ayumu, Momoka, and Rin. With a soft smile, Sensei handed Rin the master document for the meeting, giving her the floor to lead this operational meeting. The former acting president looked back at the teacher, her eyes filled with surprise. After the catastrophic emergency committee, Rin had begun to doubt that she could ever serve as a leader in this city. She had failed to win the trust of Kivotos's most powerful leaders, but Sensei didn't care about any of that. Above all else, Rin had always tried her hardest to protect Kivotos, even when the odds were stacked against her, and the teacher felt like she deserved another chance, one that could redeem her in the eyes of Kivotos's leaders. Clutching the master document in her hands, Rin felt her resolve growing and slowly removed her glasses. These glasses had served as part of her image, trying to hide her fear behind a disguise of competence. But right now, Rin would not need them as a crutch. If she was going to tackle this problem, she was going to give this her all, and any pretenses would be thrown to the wind. Within the Chalet conference room, Rin welcomed the last of the Kivotos leaders to their meeting. In addition to the representatives here in person, the Tea Party, Seminar, Veritas, and the Yin Yang Club of Hyakyako had called in virtually to this emergency summit. Once everyone was assembled, Rin officially began the operational meeting and detailed everything they knew about the Chroma and the Red Towers. Based on the appearance of these towers, Rin and Sensei had agreed to call them false sanctums, as they almost perfectly matched the size and structure of the former Sanctum Tower. 6 of these false sanctums had descended upon the city, 1 in the Abydos desert, 1 in the ruins nearby Millennium, 1 in the abandoned Slumpia amusement park, 1 over the Trinity catacombs, 1 in the fortress Eridu, and 1 in the district of Utnapishtim. Based on Hanako's intel, the Chroma had been referenced in old Sisterhood documents as a force that drove students to madness. indicating that Sensei was correct to call for a full evacuation away from the towers. In the conference room, Yuka agreed with Hanako, stating that Millennium had tested the exact same theory. The engineering club had carefully obtained and isolated samples of the towers and confirmed that the signals emitting from the towers could interfere with a person's brain. This confirmation was more than enough to support that the citizens of Kivotos should stay far away from the false sanctums, and that any operations near these towers should only be conducted in short periods of time to minimize exposure. Clearing their throat, the teacher insisted that they also research how to revert students who had been exposed to the Chroma, as they may need that as a final option in the worst-case scenario. Over the phone, Seiya immediately chimed in, stating that they may be able to get help from Kuzunoha, the elusive prophet of Hyakyako, since Kuzunoha had rescued Seiya from the clutches of the Chroma once before. As Seiya finished speaking, a voice gasped in surprise over the conference call. The acting head of Hyakyako, Amachi Nia, quickly regained her composure, stating that she had never heard someone outside of Hyakyako mention that name. Nia paused for a few moments before stating that the situation with Kuzunoha was complicated and somewhat politically dangerous. However, Nia reassured the group that she would meet with Seiya and Sensei after this meeting to explain what they needed to do in order to meet with Kuzunoha. Rin thanked Nia for her help, stating that she would be instrumental in finding a way to revert any students. And in the meantime, they needed to determine a plan of attack to destroy the false sanctums. The combined firepower of Kivotos would be more than enough to strike down the towers, but they would have to do so as quickly as possible before the false sanctums spread the Chroma's influence throughout the entire city. From another phone line, Himari interjected, stating that destroying the false sanctums may not be that easy. Amy had just reported sightings of enormous guardians at 5 of the 6 false sanctums, which would prevent any students from approaching the towers. According to the Super Phenomenon Task Force, the Chroma had targeted the most powerful beings throughout this city to serve as its guardians. The mechanical snake whale Bina, the munitions factory Chesed, the Mimeses Shiro, Kuro, and Hieronymus, and the former Central Network of Millennium, Pod. Unease spread throughout the conference room as Himari shared this news. These were all powerful opponents who had plagued Kivotos for many years, and discovering that they had been converted to the Chroma's side was unbelievable. It was almost like the Chroma possessed extensive knowledge of Kivotos's most dangerous entities, as well as where to find them. A growing sense of dread began to fill Sensei's mind. This was no coincidence. At the time, the teacher had assumed the Chroma had attacked Gematria because it saw them as a threat, but it seemed like the entity had sought a more important goal. The centuries of research notes and knowledge that Gematria possessed on Decagrammaton, Mimesis, and the mysterious entities of Kivotos. With a jolt of realization, Sensei recognized the significance of where the false sanctums had appeared. If Sensei wasn't mistaken, Each of the towers had appeared above locations where these monsters had previously been sighted, and if the Chroma had been able to secure Gematria's most recent research notes, then the Chroma would have been able to pinpoint the most current locations of these supernatural entities, allowing the false sanctums to fall within perfect range to brainwash their targets. Whoever was directing the Chroma to act was frightfully well-versed in Kivotos's history and had used this opportunity to enlist the most powerful entities within the Academy's city. The room was silent as everyone processed this information. Not only did they need to destroy these false sanctums within 300 hours, but the Chroma had already managed to brainwash the most powerful supernatural forces in order to guard these towers. Clearing her throat, Rin announced that they would need to launch an allied operation. This meeting would assemble several strike teams to take down the guardians of each individual tower, after which they could finally destroy the false sanctums. The false sanctum at the center of the DU had the highest energy signature, but neither Himari or Amy had sighted a guardian yet, which meant that the other 5 sanctums would need to be dealt with first, one by one. The smartest minds in Kivotos began to hatch a plan of attack and determined how to gather the strongest students in the city to take down the false sanctums. The Allied operation was set into motion as the representative from Abydos and an excellent strategist in her own right. Ayane would lead the first assault on the Guardian Bina. Kyoko would be her second in command and had happily volunteered Problem Solver 68 to assist the Foreclosure Task Force in their fight. Before Ayane and Kyoko left the meeting, however, a voice chimed in over the phone line. The hacker Maki from Veritas was requesting to join their team, as she possessed unusually extensive knowledge of Bina's technology, almost as if she had looked over some of Himari's files when the Veritas president wasn't looking. Regardless of how Maki came to possess such intricate knowledge, Ayane and Kyoko were happy to have the girl on board and welcomed Maki to their Sanctum operation. The second Sanctum assault would be led by Amy, who had first-hand knowledge of the Millennium Ruins from her time researching Decagrammaton. However, as soon as Amy had gathered her team near the Millennium Ruins, the heads of CNC and the Justice Task Force were already at each other's necks. President Neru was flustered by the strange, uncommunicative demeanor of President Tsurugi, and the two defaulted to the only language they both knew how to speak, the language of guns and battle. It took a sternly worded phone call from Yuka insisting that they remember the mission ahead of them before the two bloodthirsty presidents simmered down to a more manageable level. Amy sighed heavily, relieved that her team was finally beginning to cooperate, but feeling worried for how this operation would go. Truthfully, Amy had hoped to see Toki among CNC's ranks. After Rio had disappeared from Eridu without a trace, Toki had tried her best to integrate with her CNC upperclassmen, but she was struggling to overcome years of social isolation and combat conditioning. Toki had been conditioned to listen to orders, and the members of CNC were much more casual than she was used to. Recently, Toki had wandered into Himari's office, pleading for Himari to employ her as a field agent and to find something for Toki to prove that she was still useful. Himari and Amy were very reluctant to take over Rio's role in Toki's life, but turning her away would only reinforce her isolation, and so they had reached a compromise. The Super Phenomenon Task Force would take Toki into their club, sending her out for short missions to survey any unusual phenomena within Kivotos. This would give Toki an individual mission to complete, while still helping her adjust to working as part of a team. Truthfully, it was not just Amy who had made observations about the Sanctum Guardians. Toki was constantly in the field, gathering data as quickly as she could and sending it back for Himari to analyze. Even now, Toki was still patrolling Kivotos, looking for any signs of additional sanctums that may be manifesting. Trying to push aside her worry, Amy focused back on the task at hand. The Abby Eshu battlesuit was running on remote power without Eridu's enormous power supply, and so Toki would have to come back to rest eventually. Right now, Amy needed to lead this Sanctum assault and disable Chesed, which would ensure the safety of Himari, Toki, and the rest of Kivotos. Far away from the outskirts of Millennium, the third Sanctum team was gathering at the abandoned Slumpia amusement park. Most Kivotos residents hadn't set foot in this park for years, but if Sensei and Rin were correct, the powerful Mimesis Shiro and Kuro were lurking within this park, and the third Sanctum team would need to take them out. However, that was easier said than done. The leader of the third Sanctum assault would be Yuzu, the president of the Game Development Club, and she was already shaking at the prospect of commanding a whole platoon. However, her fellow club members had immediately reassured Yuzu that she would be perfect for this role. Despite her social anxiety, Yuzu was an incredible problem solver who had helped them fight back against Seminar and the forces of Eridu. And not only this, but the third Sanctum team had a powerful set of combatants. And not only was Aris bringing her Sword of Light railgun, but the group would be accompanied by the SRT Rabbit Squad, who were some of the sharpest shooters in the entire city. The excitable Game Development Club greeted the serious Rabbit Squad, who began to relax as the boisterous Millennium girls talked. It was a special ability of the Game Development Club to overcome social barriers and form friendships wherever they could. And that ability was perfect for unifying the SRT squad with the rest of the third Sanctum team. The group's banter was interrupted by the arrival of Sorasaki Hina, the president of the prefect team from Gehenna. While the rest of the prefect team would defend the Gehenna district, Hina would personally help the third Sanctum team, working alongside both the Game Development Club and the Rabbit Squad members. As soon as Hina arrived at the amusement park, a hush fell over the gathered students, immediately recognizing the significance of her arrival here. until Abydos began to beam, rushing over to Hina and excitedly stating how happy she was to finally meet the prefect team leader after all the wonderful things that Sensei had said about her. The expression on Hina's face shifted from surprise to embarrassment and exasperation in a matter of seconds, completely diffusing the tension from everyone gathered at the third sanctum. President Hina was said to be a one-woman army, a person who had single-handedly fought off waves of mimesis during the attack on the Eden Treaty. But here she was, looking embarrassed at Addis's compliments and making expressions that any regular person would make. Addis had managed to humanize Hina to everyone in the third sanctum unit, and that made the group even more confident that they would be able to work seamlessly as a team. Across the city, near the catacombs of Trinity, Hanako was preparing to lead the assault on the mimesis Hieronymus, who was lurking in the tunnels below the city. This mimesis would be a dangerous opponent, and Hanako was grateful to have whatever help she could get. Currently, the Fourth Sanctum team included a large number of Sisterhood forces, as well as the most powerful members of the Remedial Knights. However, the head of the Sisterhood, Sakurako, had yet to make an appearance, and Hanako was growing concerned. According to their last correspondence, Sakurako had made one last trip to the ruins of Arius Academy, hoping to retrieve some of the Sisterhood's old belongings. But that had been quite some time ago, and Hanako was fighting the nervous pit growing in her stomach. However, Sensei had assured Hanako that they would get reinforcements before the operation began, and although she couldn't completely calm her nerves, that reassurance was enough to regain some of Hanako's confidence for this operation. At the edges of Kivotos, a phone call arrived at the encampment of the Arius Squad. Hime, Misaki, and Hiyori had all been laying low, trying to assess what to do next after the sky had turned blood red, until they all received a summons from Sensei, asking for their assistance in protecting Trinity. It took the girls a few moments to process Sensei's message. Not only did Sensei want their help with defending the city, but the teacher had specifically requested that they assist Trinity, and that they do it as a full unit once again. It had been quite some time since the Arius Squad had reunited. While Hime, Misaki, and Hiyori laid low at the edges of the city, Saori had been living alone, working odd jobs in the black market. After so many years serving as the leader of the Arius Squad and Beatrice's puppet, Saori had become too obsessed with her role as a protector, and this time alone had given her the chance to start spreading her wings as her own person. However, this emergency was more than a reasonable excuse to put that self-discovery on a temporary hiatus. Until the Chroma was defeated, Saori would be rejoining her old squad as they assisted the Fourth Sanctum team. Far away from the Arius Squad, Yuka and Noah were running over their plans for the Fifth Sanctum assault at the Eridu Fortress. Unlike the other Sanctum Guardians, Hod was proving to be surprisingly elusive, Their scans were showing the behemoth was somewhere below Eridu, but narrowing down its exact location was even more difficult. And normally, Himari would be able to run a scan over Eridu to determine Hod's exact location. But much to her frustration, Rio's firewalls were still alive and active, preventing Himari from accessing the fortress data. During the first assault on Eridu, Himari and the members of Veritas had been able to use the Optimus mirror system to break the fortress's encryption. But Rio had made even more strict firewalls underneath the fortress itself, trying to prevent anyone from uncovering the power system that lay at the fortress's foundation. Himari clicked her tongue in annoyance as the mirror once again failed to break Rio's firewalls. It was frankly ridiculous that Rio had gone to so much trouble. Not only had Rio created an absurd fortress in the middle of nowhere, but she had continued to hinder their operation long after disappearing from the district. And now their Sanctum operation was stalling because of this. As Himari continued her attempts to hack Rio's underground systems, a realization suddenly struck Vice President Chihiro. How had Himari been able to hack Seminar's financial records last year? They could use that same method to override Rio's underground firewall if Himari could recall what she did. As Chihiro said this aloud, Himari stopped typing, looking up at her vice president in confusion. She had no idea what Chihiro was talking about, as Himari had been working with the Super Phenomenon Task Force at that time. Chihiro doubled down, stating that last year, a mysterious hacker had infiltrated the seminar files, printing an unbelievable number of bonds that had almost driven Millennium into bankruptcy. At these words, Yuka's eye began to subconsciously twitch, all the terrible memories suddenly flooding back into her brain. It was not Himari who had been responsible for that incident, but a former seminar member, the extremely intelligent but morally dubious Kurosaki Koyuki, who had hacked Seminar's files to produce enormous numbers of bonds, all so that Koyuki could gamble endlessly on an extravagant rabbit-themed cruise. Mercifully, the members of CNC had successfully captured Koyuki before she had done irrevocable damage, but Koyuki had been in Millennium confinement ever since the incident, and Yuka was not keen on asking the girl for any help. However, Himari's eyes had lit up at the prospect of a hacker just as powerful as herself, and Noah was already grabbing the keys to Koyuki's cell. With an exasperated sigh, Yuka hurried after Noah, dreading the impending reunion with a former member of Seminar and one of the most frighteningly clever students in the entire city. While all 5 strike teams began to assemble at their false sanctums, Himari and Chihiro continued running tests on the 6th sanctum, trying to uncover the identity of its guardian. Although there was a chance that they could simply attack the 6th sanctum in the guardian's absence, it was too risky to proceed without knowing when or if a guardian would appear, and Himari would rather proceed with caution than send in a group of students to meet their demise. Right now, the rest of the Super Phenomenon Task Force were occupied, and that meant Himari would need another team to investigate the sixth sanctum, preferably someone with knowledge of supernatural phenomena and a sturdy vehicle that could withstand the radiation of the false sanctums. As it so happened, Sensei had just given her the names of 2 such students, and Himari could not suppress her excitement. She had heard tales of the legendary duo from Trinity who had helped quell the Mimesis attacks at the Eden Treaty. These 2 students would be perfect for investigating the sixth sanctum. Himari sent out an urgent summons to Trinity, and as the preparations for the sanctum assaults commenced, an enormous tank carrying Hifumi and Azusa began to investigate the perimeter of the sixth sanctum. As preparations were finalizing throughout the city, Sensei had one last mission to complete. During the operational meeting, Seiya had suggested outreaching Kuzunoha to reverse the Chroma's influence on transformed students, but they would first need to speak with the acting head of Hyakyako to learn more about the fox-eared prophet. As Nia started their conference call, the complexity of Hyakyako's situation quickly came into focus. According to Nia, Kuzunoha was a famous name within Hyakyako, but she was a mythical figure, not a current student of the district. Many years ago, Hyakyako had existed in a state of perpetual conflict, with smaller factions vying for power, until Kuzunoha had brokered an alliance between these warring groups, creating the allied Hyakyako district. No one faction would ever represent the entire district, but if any summons arrived from the General Council, or if any conflict arose between the factions, then that would be handled by the Hyaka Ryoran Club. For many years, the group known as the Hyaka Ryoran had served dutifully as the mediators of Hyakyako, carrying on Kuzunoha's vision and maintaining peace throughout the various factions. However, recently, both the president and the vice president of the Hyaka Ryoran had disappeared, and with the remaining members thrown into chaos, the Yin-Yang Club had been forced to temporarily fill their shoes. Although Nia wore a perpetual smile, it was clear that the head of the Yin-Yang Club was exhausted. Taking over the role of the Hyaka Ryoran and mediating conflict in Hyakyako had not been an easy task. Not only this, but Nia had just confirmed Seiya's worst fears. Kuzunoha did not exist in the physical world, and contacting her in the realm of dreams would prove tremendously difficult without Seiya's full prophetic powers. Seeing Seiya's dejected expression, Nia quickly interjected, trying to reassure the group that there might still be a way to contact Kuzunoha. Although the Hyaka Ryoran were the only people who had ever seen Kuzunoha's spirit form, that didn't mean it was impossible for outsiders to contact the Hyakyako prophet. Within the northernmost regions of Hyakyako, on the border with Red Winter Academy, stood the Great Snowfield, an almost desolate region of snow and wind where the Hyaka Ryoran held important ceremonies. If the legends were to be believed, the Hyaka Ryoran held these ceremonies in the Twilight Temple, an ancient building with connections to the spirit world, which could also connect them to Kuzunoha. Although Nia would have to remain at the main Hyakuyaku campus to defend the district, they could send a small force to the Great Snowfield to try and contact Kuzunoha. Not only this, but Nia had long suspected that the Hyaka Ryoran leadership may be residing at the Twilight Temple. And whatever it was that they were doing there, Nia needed them to return before Hyakuyaku descended into any more chaos. Of all the clubs that could safely reach the Great Snowfield and correctly identify the Hyaka Ryoran, the Ninjutsu Research Society was the perfect fit. The eccentric group of ninja otaku were not an official club within Hyakuyaku, but they had successfully protected the district multiple times before. And they had even earned the adoration of Gehenna's student council, the Pandemonium Society. Although Nia didn't have much trust in the Pandemonium Society, it was impressive that the Ninjutsu Research Society had gained fans outside of the district, and the group would be well equipped to reach the Twilight Temple without much trouble. Once the Ninjutsu Research Society reached the Twilight Temple, they would then contact Kuzunoha and relay whatever they discovered to Shale. It was certainly a gamble, with no guarantee that Kuzunoha or the Hyaka Ryoran would be discovered, but Sensei was prepared to try anything to reach Hyakuyaku's great prophet. If Shiroko had indeed been transformed by the Chroma, then Kuzunoha would be their only hope. And as the time ticked down for the start of the Allied operation, Sensei hoped that the Ninjutsu Research Society would be able to locate Kuzunoha in time. All the preparations were finally in place. Shiroko still hadn't been sighted anywhere in the city, but Sensei was determined to find her before this was all over. Right now, the teams had assembled at the first 5 sanctums, and the Ninjutsu Research Society had raced off to the Great Snowfield in search of Kuzunoha. It was time to commence the Allied operation and begin the assault on the Sanctum Guardians. All across the city, the sky was still painted blood red, illuminating the Sanctum assault teams in an unsettling red hue. According to Himari, the Sanctum assaults would need to be simultaneous, as the Chroma would try to launch a counterattack as soon as it detected the Sanctums going down. It was time to begin the Allied operation and take back the city of Kivotos. Holding her radio up to speak, Rin called out to the 5 Sanctum teams to begin their assault on the Guardians. At the district of Abydos, Ayane received Shale's message and shouted out orders to the rest of the 1st Sanctum team. The Foreclosure Task Force would lure Bina towards the old Abydos train yard, where Problem Solver 68 would intercept the mechanical behemoth from atop a moving train. Kyoko would assist in piloting the train itself, while Maki would help locate Bina and warn the team about oncoming attacks. In particular, Bina's laser beam must be avoided at all costs, as the laser reached temperatures so high that it could vaporize stone, which would seriously damage any of the students' halos if they were hit by it. On Ayane's command, the Foreclosure Task Force raced into the desert, heading to the coordinates that Maki had determined, and they immediately hit gold. As soon as the task force rushed across the sands, The ground began to shift and swell as Binah's enormous form erupted from the Abydos wastes. Its entire body was coated in an unsettling dark glow, with white light spilling out from its gaping mechanical maw. Under normal circumstances, Binah would not engage with Kivotos residents unless it felt threatened. But the Chroma had scrambled to the creature's brain, causing it to see anyone as a potential threat to the false sanctum. With its long, snake-like body, Binah tore through the sand, trying to strike at the foreclosure task force as they hurried to the rendezvous point. However, the Abydos girls were still slightly faster, dodging out of the way of Binah's enormous strikes as they shot back at the monster. A ground-shaking roar erupted from Binah's mouth, causing the train tracks to quiver beneath their feet. But the foreclosure task force was almost at the train yard and pushed themselves even faster to get ahead of Binah's attacks.
Everyone, watch out!
Maki's voice chimed in over the radio.
The energy signature around Binah's head is rising. It's about to unleash its laser.
Hoshino looked to the side, seeing that Binah's enormous mouth was filling with bright white light, and knew that there was no time to dodge. Turning to face Binah head-on, Hoshino planted her shield into the sand, yelling at Nonomi and Serika to duck behind her for cover, just as the laser erupted from Binah's mouth, carving a fiery path through the sand. The light from the laser was blinding, vaporizing rock and sand in an instant as it tore through the ground, blasting into Hoshino's shield with an enormous boom. Over the radio, Maki gasped, watching as Binah's laser bore down on the foreclosure task force. But Ayane put a hand on her shoulder, pointing towards the scene before them. As Maki watched, Binah's laser scorched the sands before it, but Hoshino, Serika, and Nonomi were still standing. The iron Horus shield was steaming, but Hoshino's raw physical strength had kept the shield in place the entire time, withstanding a direct shot from Binah's laser. Nonomi and Serika were completely unharmed, and despite a bit of upper body pain from holding the shield in place, Hoshino was otherwise unfazed by the attack. Maki's chest filled with admiration. The foreclosure task force was more powerful than she had ever imagined, and as soon as this was over, she was dying to have them test whatever Millennium equipment she could get her hands on. The recoil from the laser blast had temporarily stalled Binah, but the foreclosure task force had managed to lure it into the train yard, which was exactly what Problem Solver 68 had been waiting for. As soon as Binah crossed the train tracks, Kyoko pressed down the train's accelerator, and the fabled outlaws of Gehenna opened fire on the monster from the top of the train itself. Aru's sniper shots pounded into the creature, while Mutsuki and Haruka's bombs detonated near Binah's head, causing the monster to reel from their attacks. As they neared Binah, Kyoko pushed the accelerator to the floor, sending the train careening towards the mechanical prophet. This was their final play. Haruka had made sure to load up the train cars with enough explosives to level an entire block. And now that Binah's enormous body was right in the way of the oncoming train, they were on a collision course for the Sanctum Guardian. Problem Solver 68 only had a few moments to jump from the train, tumbling to the ground as the train cars raced by, and smashed into Binah in an enormous explosion. Fire and shrapnel erupted into the air, knocking Binah back in a staggering display of destructive power. With a shudder, the long form of Bina began to crumple to the ground, kicking up a wave of sand as the beast collapsed onto the Abydos wastes. It had been an exceedingly dangerous assault, but the first Sanctum Guardian had been defeated by the combined power of the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force and Problem Solver 68. As the girls began to rejoice, hurrying to check everyone's conditions, Nonomi broke away from the group to stare at the smoking pile of train cars. It was a fitting end for the Transcontinental Railway of Abydos. The project had been led by the wealthy St. Nephitus Company, who had tried to construct an entire railway system through the district, up until the project had accelerated Abydos's desertification, destroying much of what was still left of Abydos in the process. However, as she watched the smoldering remains of the Nephitus Railway project, a feeling of peace began to wash over her. These train cars had caused so much pain to the district of Abydos, but in the end, their destruction had saved the district, defeating Bina and bringing them closer to destroying the false sanctum. Shouldering her weapon, Nonomi hurried back to the rest of the foreclosure task force. It was time to destroy the first false sanctum and continue trying to save the world. As the Abydos Task Force and Problem Solver 68 launched their attack on the first sanctum, assaults on the other false sanctums were commencing all over the city. At the Millennium Ruins, Tsurugi and Neru were not only cooperating, they were thriving. The two powerful leaders were moving in sync with each other, tearing through opponents in waves as they poured from Chesed's mechanical lair. The rest of CNC and the Justice Task Force's Ichika helped to pick off stragglers, and as soon as the forces of Chesed started to overwhelm them again, reinforcements had finally arrived. Sensei had called in a favor to Red Winter Academy, bringing an enormous force to aid Amy's team, and ensuring that they had the firepower necessary to break through Chesed's forces. Meanwhile, at the third false sanctum, Yuzu was calling out orders to the entire team. Aris and Hina would lead their forces through the amusement park, serving as the frontline offense for their operation, while the Rabbit Squad and the Game Development Club would follow behind. In addition, Yuzu had one last trick up her sleeve. After Rio's forces had been defeated at Eridu, Veritas had taken control of Rio's prized creation, the Avant-Garde. For the last several weeks, the engineering club had been tinkering away at the robot, modifying it into a combat machine that could be controlled directly by Yuzu's inputs. It was the perfect weapon for a girl who excelled at gaming, and Yuzu was ready to finally pilot the Avant-Garde into battle. With the well-timed shooting of the Rabbit Squad, the third Sanctum team was soon inside the Slumpia amusement park, and they launched into battle with the Guardians Shiro and Kuro. Meanwhile, underneath the surface of Trinity, the fourth Sanctum team was preparing for battle, but Sakurako was still nowhere to be found, and Sensei's reinforcements had not yet arrived. The assaults on the other sanctums had already begun, and Hanako couldn't wait much longer before they needed to attack Hieronymus. Just then, footsteps began to fill the tunnels, and the group looked up to see the 4 members of the Area Squad, awkwardly clutching their guns in the most non-threatening way they could manage. The sisterhood immediately stiffened at the sight of the squad, but Hanako called for everyone to remain calm. Sensing what was going on, Hanako asked the group if they had been called in as reinforcements, and with a brisk nod, the area squad confirmed that they had been summoned by Sensei. The atmosphere was tense in the catacombs. Not long ago, the area squad had helped to orchestrate one of the most catastrophic events in Trinity's history. And although Sensei had explained how they had been manipulated by Gematria, tensions were still running high at the sight of old enemies. However, now was not the time for infighting. Addressing the area squad, Hanako told them that she was grateful for their assistance and that the 4th Sanctum team would gladly welcome their help. There were still some uncomfortable grumbles from the sisterhood, but Mari and Hinata beamed gratefully at the area squad, and the remedial knights immediately stepped up to meet the squad. From nearby, one last set of footsteps approached through the tunnels, and everyone looked up to see a startling form. The leader of the sisterhood, Sakurako, had finally made her appearance, but her strange attire immediately produced gasps from everyone gathered. For some time now, Sakurako had been digging through the modern Arius district, looking for tomes and memorabilia of the St. Justina Council, and she had found one last remaining garment of the ancient council. Dressed in nothing but a pitch-black leotard and a long, flowing headdress, Sakurako wore the traditional uniform of the St. Justina Council as a symbol of her resolve to connect the sisterhood to their past and move the organization to a better future. It was a commendable vision, but seeing the head of the sisterhood dressed in such a surprisingly garish outfit had taken the tension completely out of the room. And soon, Hanako was laughing hysterically, demanding that Sakurako make this the official outfit of the sisterhood, while Sakurako grew redder and redder by the minute. Any nervousness that had existed in the tunnels at the oncoming battle had dissipated in an instant. Sakurako may not have achieved her intended goal of inspiring the troops, but she had managed to erase any tension with her sudden appearance. Wiping the tears out of her eyes, Hanako collected herself and thanked everyone for joining the 4th Sanctum assault. Now that they had everyone gathered, it was time to take on Hieronymus and destroy the 4th Sanctum. With Trinity and Arius working together, the assault team dove into the tunnels, and with their combined power, they began to tear into the glowing Sanctum Guardian. As the 4th Sanctum assault continued, Yuka and Noah were almost ready to commence the 5th Sanctum assault. In less than a few minutes, Koyuki had managed to completely dismantle Rio's firewall around Eridu, allowing Veritas to finally locate the elusive 5th Guardian beneath the fortress. However, one thing was quickly becoming clear. Even though they had found Hod, it was still underground, and fighting it there would prove tremendously difficult. If they wanted to stand a chance of defeating the Guardian, they would need to lure it above ground, and that meant running a small strike force to draw the mechanical behemoth up to the surface. In unison, Yuka and Noah turned to Koyuki, remembering that she was not only excellent at hacking, but she was also an explosives expert. The color began to drain from Koyuki's face, and despite her cries to be put back into confinement, Yuka and Noah dragged her with them to Eridu, and together the three of them headed underground to where Hod was lying in wait. As the three seminar students moved underground, Veritas was preparing their own part of this Sanctum assault, and they had just been greeted by the most unlikely of reinforcements. The Hot Springs Development Club, one of the most wanted criminal organizations in Gehenna, had arrived at Millennium to lend their aid. The leader of the Hot Springs Club, Kinugawa Kasumi, had already made herself at home in the Veritas club room, much to the annoyance of the Veritas members. Although they were a less than ideal group to work with, Millennium now had the firepower they needed to take on Hod and the False Sanctum. Alerts began blaring in the Veritas club room, and on the monitor, Chihiro watched as Hod exploded from the ground in Eridu, toppling buildings and walls as it tore onto the surface. The small forms of Yuka, Noah, and Koyuki raced alongside it, peppering it with gunfire as they continued to draw Hod's anger. It was now or never. The first four sanctums had already fallen, and they needed to use everything they had to bring Hod down. With Kasumi and Chihiro's directions, the Hot Springs Club opened fire onto Hod, pounding against the Prophet's pillars. And Eridu was consumed by flame as explosives burst throughout the fortress, bringing Hod crashing down to the ground. As Yuka, Noah, and Koyuki watched the smoldering remains of Eridu before them, they all felt grateful that the Hot Springs Club was on their side in this conflict. As soon as the fifth sanctum had fallen, the entirety of the Allied operation began to rejoice, seeing that their fight was almost over, and now they could focus their attention on the last sanctum, located at the center of the DU where the General Council headquarters once stood. Although Hifumi and Azusa had been patrolling for hours, they still hadn't seen any signs of this sanctum's guardian. After what Sensei had told them, the girls had been worried that the sixth sanctum would be guarded by Shiroko, but they hadn't seen any sign of Shiroko or the Guardian, and they were starting to get worried about when their foe would finally appear. However, as soon as the fifth sanctum was destroyed, they began seeing something odd happen in the DU. The faint glow around the sixth sanctum began to intensify, and the wind kicked up more speed through the district, indicating that the Chroma was preparing its counterattack. Hifumi and Azusa sent an urgent message to Himari, who began running scans of the sixth sanctum. With growing unease, Himari realized what the Chroma was trying to do. As a last-ditch effort to attack the city, the sixth sanctum had sent out a pulse of energy, activating any remaining troops to attack. And now the sanctum was gathering as much power as it could to try and resurrect the destroyed pillars. This was the last stand of the false sanctums, and the combined forces of Kivotos would now have to face a surge of troops across the entire city, all while trying to bring the sixth sanctum down. Sending out an emergency message to the entire Allied operation, Himari relayed what she, Azusa, and Hifumi had discovered, and told everyone to prepare for battle. All throughout Kivotos, smaller mimeses and robots swarmed into the districts, attacking anyone in their path as the Chroma launched its counterattack. Out at the great snowfield of Hyakiako, the Ninjutsu Research Society was hurrying through the icy wilderness, trying to make their way to the Twilight Temple as fast as they could, but their progress was beginning to stall out. Up until now, they had not run into any enemies, making their trip through the snowfield considerably easier. But as soon as the 5th Sanctum had fallen, waves of Chroma forces had begun flooding the city, and that had included the Great Snowfield. Although the Ninjutsu Research Society were excellent combatants, they were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. They had appeared almost out of nowhere, weaving through the trees and patches of snow to attack the Hyakiako girls. The 3 students were quickly running through their ammo just to keep the Chroma forces at bay. If this went on for much longer, they would have to make a tactical retreat, or else they might not have enough ammo to safely escape at all. Their thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a thunderous sound. Somewhere nearby, something had just dropped out of the sky, plummeting to the ground and cracking the earth where it had fallen. The Ninjutsu Research Society continued firing at the Chroma enemies, nervously straining towards the source of the sound to see what horrible enemy had just appeared nearby. However, as they looked through the woods, the sound of tank treads quickly filled their ears, and the girls realized that it might not be an enemy that had appeared after all. To their amazement, the enormous gray tank of the Pandemonium Society rolled out of the woods, its form remarkably well preserved despite dropping from an airship above. Against all odds, the president of the Pandemonium Society and 2 of its highest-ranking officers had appeared in Hyakiako, and they were here to fight off the forces of the Chroma that stood in the ninjutsu club's way. "Hi, ninja sisters!" A small form called from the shuddering tank, and the girls looked up to see the tiny blonde form of Ibuki, the mascot of the Pandemonium Society, and one of the Ninjutsu Research Society's biggest fans. How Gehenna's intelligence network had managed to uncover the Ninjutsu Club's location, or that they were in trouble, was still unclear. But as soon as Ibuki had learned that they were in trouble, she had demanded that Iroha and Makoto come to the Ninjutsu Research Society's aid. It was the most unexpected development. Not only had the heads of the Pandemonium Society left Gehenna and the prefect team during a crisis, but they had come here in the middle of the Hyakiako district, just on the whims of their group's mascot and her obsession with ninjas. The Ninjutsu Research Society was forever grateful for it. In their most dire moment, one of their biggest fans had arrived to save them, and as the Pandemonium Society cleared away the swaths of enemies, the Hyakiako girls felt even more confident that they would reach the Twilight Temple in one piece. The citizens of Kivotos had come together like never before, determined to fend off the encroaching threat of the Chroma. And one by one, each district was successfully defeating all the enemies that swarmed towards them. Even the district of Gehenna was in good hands with the rest of the prefect team and the remaining members of the Pandemonium Society who had helped to evacuate the residents. However, Amidst all the celebrations and victories happening across the city, there was one district that was faring worse than all the others. Within the district of Trinity, the fighting was the most intense, as the fourth Sanctum was the closest to the Trinity campus. Hordes of enemies flooded into the Trinity streets, and although most citizens had been evacuated, there were still stragglers who hadn't reached shelters before the Chroma launched its attacks. The confusion and political turmoil of the last few months had shattered Trinity's emergency responses, making some students less willing to follow orders. Looking at the situation unfolding, Hasumi felt like her head was going to split apart. President Tsurugi and Ichika had gone to help with the second Sanctum assault, which left her and Mashiro to try and handle the situation at Trinity. And frankly, the district was in utter disarray. Too many students were still caught outside, and if the Justice Task Force couldn't get them to shelters in time, then they may start seeing some serious injuries to the Trinity citizenry. Another wave of enemies flooded over a nearby building, hurrying towards Hasumi's location, and she loaded her sniper rifle again, preparing to cut a path through the enemies, until a wave of gunfire and mortar shells flooded the street, tearing through the enemies before Hasumi had a chance to fire. The onslaught had come from multiple directions, and as Hasumi wearily looked around her, she saw that Trinity's reinforcements had finally arrived. Members of Trinity's vigilante crew and the After-School Sweets Club had intervened to help the Justice Task Force, and they were not alone. Standing by the controls of an L-118 howitzer were Tea Party Presidents Nagisa and Seiya. The full cavalry of Trinity had arrived, and they were here to help the Justice Task Force weather this storm. Wave after wave of enemies slammed into the Trinity district, but the combined reinforcements were beginning to push them back. For the first time, Hasumi began to feel relief flooding through her. They were starting to push back their opponents, and Hasumi could finally take a few moments to catch her breath. As Hasumi took a few moments to breathe, she saw President Seiya rushing towards her. Speaking quickly, Seiya asked if there were any students still at the old Arius ruins. Confusion filled Hasumi's thoughts. The old ruins of Arius were close to the entrance of the catacombs, where Hieronymus and the Fourth Sanctum lay, but that location should have been evacuated long ago. However, Seiya's worried expression was causing a pit of dread to form in Hasumi's stomach, and so she called Mashiro to ask for an urgent investigation of the Arius ruins. It only took Mashiro a minute to respond, but her voice came through the radio in a panic, stating that the Arius ruins were flooded with mimesis, and a group of citizens was trapped inside a broken cathedral. At the front of the Trinity citizens, trying to fend off all the mimesis by herself, was Koharu, one of the rookies of the Justice Task Force. Hasumi's stomach dropped. She had sent Koharu to the Arius ruins at the beginning of the invasion to try and evacuate students there, as that would give Koharu plenty of time to escape to a shelter. But Hasumi had miscalculated. The mimesis were pouring out of the catacombs, flooding the entire area and trapping Koharu and the citizens before they could escape. Clutching the radio in her hands, Hasumi sent out urgent orders for reinforcements to the Arius ruins to rescue Koharu before it was too late. At the entrance to the ruins, Koharu tried to fight back against the Mimesis, frantically reloading her weapon as her ammo supply grew slimmer and slimmer. Behind her, a group of frightened Trinity citizens were huddling, all of their ammo spent, trying to assist Koharu, but the Mimesis were relentless. Tears began to flood into Koharu's eyes, and she angrily blinked them away. Everyone else from the Makeup Work Club was out there helping in the city. Hanako was leading the 4th Sanctum assault, and both Hifumi and Azusa were helping to search for the 6th Guardian. Koharu may not be helping in a fancy way, but she had defended these citizens down to her last bullet, and she was prepared to start swinging her gun as a weapon until the last of her strength left her. Feeling the desperation creeping in, Koharu gripped her weapon tighter, fighting back tears as the Mimesis approached again, and gasped aloud as a nearby wall caved in, rock bursting into the air and smashing into the forms of the Mimesis. A single fluid form raced through the broken wall, opening fire as the Mimesis wailed in confusion. It was difficult to make out at first, but Koharu could see a blur of pink curls dashing about the room, destroying every mimesis with deft precision. And Koharu realized who had come to her rescue. Long before the Justice Task Force members could even reach the building, Misono Mika had heard Hasumi's call for help and had literally punched her way through the ruins to save Koharu. Mika might never gain the trust of the student body ever again, but Mika was still the muscle of Trinity, and she was not going to let any harm befall Koharu. Not after Koharu had saved Mika from torture at the hands of her former supporters and rescued Mika's most precious possessions from being set on fire. Mika was done letting her friends get hurt, and if this absurd strength of hers could help, then she would smash through as many buildings as it took to get Koharu to safety. As the dust settled in the ruins, Mika stood over the fading bodies of the Mimesis, her long pink hair floating as she turned to look back at Koharu with an enormous smile. Before Koharu could help herself, she had collapsed to her knees, feeling the weight of her brush with disaster and relief that Mika had made it in time to save her. With the forces of the Chroma successfully driven back, the assault on the 6th Sanctum was finally ready to commence. The entire Shiratori neighborhood surrounding the 6th Sanctum had already been evacuated, ensuring that no civilians would be nearby when their last fight began. After looking over more data from Azusa and Hifumi, Himari had finally made a breakthrough on the capabilities of the last false sanctum. During her research on Decagrammaton, Himari had also come across some troubling rumors of supernatural phenomena. Gematria had been researching something called the Library of Lore, which was a form of reanimation similar to the properties of mimesis. However, while the mimesis were born from harnessing strong emotions, subjects of the Library of Lore were born from infamous stories and legends, turning the realm of fiction into reality. Up to this point, Himari had found no such evidence that the Library of Lore actually existed. While the power of Mimesis had been proven during the Eden Treaty, the Library of Lore was more of a theoretical phenomena, something that Gematria had sought to create, but had never successfully achieved. However, with how powerful the Sixth Sanctum was, Himari was beginning to suspect that this last sanctum would attempt the impossible and try to turn fiction into reality. Voices began to blare from Himari's radio. Hifumi and Azusa had just spotted something manifesting near the Sixth Sanctum Tower, and it was absolutely enormous. Standing taller than the nearby buildings, with its unnaturally round form destroying anything it touched, was one of Kivotos's most iconic characters. The Momo Friends franchise was one of the most popular series in the entire city, and their most iconic character, Peroro, was now the size of a skyscraper, tearing through the Shiratori district as its roar split through the sky. The Sixth Sanctum had turned Kivotos's most adorable icon into a monster of destruction, carving a path through the capital district as its eyes began to discharge enormous laser beams. Scrambling to her desk, Himari began running another set of calculations. If the Sixth Sanctum had been able to create a phenomena through the Library of Lore, then that should mean it was possible for Kivotos to do the same. She didn't have much raw energy available, but if she could harness the Library of Lore for just a few minutes, it may be enough to animate an opponent to face off against the Perorodzilla. If only there was another character just as iconic as Peroro, something that every citizen of Kivotos would know about and carried the same kind of power. As Himari explained her predicament to Sensei, the teacher knew exactly what they needed. Although Momo Friends was an enormously recognizable icon, there was one other group that had reached legendary status within Kivotos, and that group was known as the Kitingers. Most residents of Kivotos had seen the Kitingers at least once during their life, parading down the streets of the city in enormously flashy Sentai outfits as they sought justice in the name of sushi. On multiple occasions, the Kitingers had even assembled their famous Kaiten battlesuit, with each Kitinger piloting one portion of their tiny Sentai robot to fight sushi crime, and causing so much collateral damage that the Kitingers were now considered a wanted criminal group. However, their flashy designs and enormous egos had earned the Kitingers quite a few fans, and that had propelled them to the status of local legends. If an enormous Perorodzilla was now wreaking havoc through the capital of Kivotos, what better opponent could there be than a Sentai group piloting their own robot? They would not have much time to power up a Kaiten battlesuit, but Sensei's idea was just crazy enough that it just might work. As Himari and Chihiro scrambled to get their new weapon up and running, Hifumi and Azusa were still in the center of the onslaught, dodging out of the way as Perorodzilla tore through another block with a laser beam. Their Trinity tank was sturdier than most, but even it would struggle to withstand a full blast from Perorodzilla. The firepower of the creature's lasers was astronomically higher than Bina's, and taking a direct hit would not fare well for the girls trapped inside the vehicle. The tank skidded over a chunk of broken building, and Hifumi barely managed to correct their path before they stalled out, putting them directly in Pororodzilla's range, and the monster's eyes were beginning to glow with a ferocious white light. As Pororodzilla began to charge up its attack, Hifumi and Azusa heard the sound of whirring gears nearby. Turning to face the source of the noise, they saw a group of 5 students, all dressed in brightly colored Sentai outfits with sushi helmets, now climbing into an enormous robotic battlesuit. They had made it just in time. Himari had managed to activate her own library of lore, and now the Kaiten battlesuit was ready to fight back against the 6th Sanctum Guardian. With a quick jump, the Kaiten battlesuit had cleared the entire block, smashing into Pororodzilla with a ground-shaking blast. The furious Pororo Titan rose back to its feet and rushed at the Kaiten battlesuit, knocking the Kitinger's sword out of their hands. The Kaiten battlesuit lunged forward, locking Pororodzilla in a ferocious set of blows, each of which caused the ground to buckle and quake. With every strike from Pororodzilla, the Kaiten battlesuit responded in kind, slowly pushing the Chroma monster back. However, time was beginning to run out, and the Kitingers only had a brief window to finish off Pororodzilla before their energy stores ran out. With all the power it could muster, the Kaiten battlesuit lurched forward, grabbing the enormous sword that Pororodzilla had knocked from its hands, and prepared their final attack. The Chroma had tried to take so much from Kivotos, transforming the landscape, creatures, and city that the students called home. But this perversion of Kivotos's most iconic figure, who was meant to bring joy and hope to the students of this city, would not stand any longer. The Kitingers weren't always successful at unleashing their form of justice, and more often than not, they ended up on the wrong side of the law. But this was their time to shine. With the combined forces of the Kitinger Sentai group, the enormous Kaiten battlesuit rushed towards the form of Pororodzilla. The Titan tried to fight back, blasting the battlesuit with a flurry of laser beams, but the Kitingers pressed forward. And with a blinding slash of their blade, the Kaiten battlesuit split open Pororodzilla, causing an eruption of light to pour into the air as the beast tumbled to the ground. The buildings in the DU rocked violently, barely holding on to their foundations as Pororodzilla hit the ground. They had just barely made it in time, but the Kitingers had defeated the specter of fear and despair conjured up by the Chroma. With the last of their remaining strength, the Kaiten battlesuit unloaded their ammo into the 6th Sanctum, splitting it apart into 100 different pieces before the Library of Lore finally ended, and the Kitingers were blasted out of their battlesuit. The sun was rising over Kivotos, and as its rays spilled over the city, the entirety of Kivotos was basked in its warm light once again. Despite everything that the Chroma had thrown at them, the citizens of Kivotos had prevailed, successfully destroying the false sanctums throughout their city. In the offices of Chalet, the radio was filled with a cacophony of excited voices as the Sanctum teams began reporting the good news, and Rin, Momoka, and Ayumu all took a collective sigh of relief. It had been a close call, and there were multiple times where the whole plan could have gone up in flames, but they had done it. As Rin stared up at the clear blue sky above them, she felt her resolve beginning to deepen. This was a well-earned victory, but they weren't done yet. The false sanctums had all been destroyed, but they would need to start cleaning up the damage from their battles. And more pressingly, Shiroko was still missing, and they would need to create a plan to find where she had been taken. As Rin turned to Ayumu and Momoka, she saw the two of them hunched over the chalet monitors. Rin looked over their shoulders to see what they were looking at, and felt her stomach beginning to turn. On the chalet monitors, displaying in a sickeningly familiar red hue, were the energy signatures of 6 pillars that were slowly beginning to form over the city. And although they wouldn't strike the city just yet, they were developing at an even faster rate than before. Despair began to flood through Rin. How was any of this possible? Through the combined efforts of Kivotos's most powerful students, they had just defeated 6 false sanctums, but it had cost them nearly all of their ammunition, and the students were exhausted after their difficult battles. They couldn't afford to regroup and face off against more false sanctums, particularly with how little time they had before the pillars re-emerged. Clenching her fists, Rin fought down the despair and tried to think of their options. To start, she would need to let Sensei know what was happening. They could come up with a plan of attack together and try to find some way to prevent these pillars from reaching the surface of Kivotos. Without another word, Rin raced off through the chalet building, trying to calm her rising pulse as she hurried to Sensei's office. On the other side of the chalet building, Sensei was still trying to respond to the flood of messages from the Sanctum teams, unaware of what Rin, Ayumu, and Momoka had just found. As Sensei began typing back their responses, a strange humming sound filled the air around them. As the teacher's eyes left their desk to find the source of the noise, they saw a pure black oval vibrating within the office, the colors of the rainbow shimmering around the oval's edge. With rising alarm, Sensei recognized a figure within the shimmering portal. Stepping out of the pitch-black wormhole was a figure that Sensei had seen in their nightmarish visions. Her long gray cloak billowed outwards as she walked, her wolf-like ears twitching to face Sensei's direction as an older-looking Shiroko locked eyes with the teacher. She looked exactly like Sensei had seen in their visions, with a cracked black halo and a deadness to her eyes. Shiroko had already been transformed by the Chroma, and if their visions were to be believed, she was now here to end Sensei and Arona's life. Before the teacher could even think, they had risen to their feet, standing between the transformed Shiroko and the Shatim chest sitting on their desk. They still hadn't heard any word from the Ninjutsu Research Society, but as long as they could protect Arona, then their virtual assistant could surely work with Kuzunoha to find a way to revert Shiroko back. They couldn't let Arona fall to Shiroko here. Shiroko's cold blue eyes followed Sensei's every movement, her expression remaining static and unchanging. But as tension continued to fill the room, Shiroko did not raise her weapon. Instead, she stood across from the teacher, and after a few moments, she began to speak aloud. "I'm impressed," the transformed Shiroko said aloud. Her voice sounded much lower and strained, almost as if she hadn't spoken in ages. "You've clawed your way this far, Sensei, but the future is set. As the god Anubis, I am destined to guide all life to the underworld. This world's fate was sealed when Sunao Kami Shiroko came to exist within it." As this transformed Shiroko, or Anubis, continued to speak, confusion began to rush over the teacher. Although they still refused to budge from protecting Arona, this entire exchange was strange. She had referred to herself as the god of death, guiding souls to the underworld, but Anubis looked almost hesitant, like there was still a part of Shiroko left within her. "I must ask that you leave Kivotos, Sensei. I do not wish to harm you. Not all futures are predetermined. If you leave, the future where I shoot you will not come to pass." Had Anubis seen this vision as well? Shiroko had not mentioned that when the teacher had talked with her before, but perhaps that had changed since then. More importantly, was Anubis trying to save Sensei from that fate, warning them of it here and now? Before Sensei could utter a word in response, however, Rin burst into the office, stating aloud that several new sanctums were manifesting in the sky, only for Rin to realize that Anubis was just a few meters away. In all her time working with the General Student Council, Rin had only needed to use her gun a handful of times. She wasn't as good a shot as the council president, but she still tried to practice at the shooting range whenever the opportunity arose. And as soon as Rin realized that Anubis was in the office, she didn't waste another second. With a flurry of shots, Rin fired at Anubis with her pistol, trying to push back the dangerous intruder. The bullets struck Anubis head on, but the forgotten god remained where she was as she fixed Rin with an icy gaze. Rin immediately worked to reload her gun, but Anubis simply closed her eyes and stepped back into the rift behind her. Realizing that Anubis was trying to escape, Sensei leapt forward after her, trying to grab Anubis before she slipped back into the portal. And the teacher found themselves plunging into the void, their vision swirling with light as they began to move through the portal to another part of Kivotos. Voices and images began to fill the teacher's head as the light spun around them. They could hear Arona's voice, but it was distorted and strained, and somewhere nearby, someone was sobbing. For a moment, Sensei recognized their own voice, repeating something just out of reach. "Please. Please. Please." The teacher strained to try and hear the rest of the words, to make out what it was that their voice was saying. But the vision was abruptly cut off as they exited the portal, sprawling onto the ground of a new chamber. The air was frigid, with mist slowly circulating along the ground, and as the teacher looked up, they saw the figure of Anubis looking down at them, her surprise evident as she realized that Sensei had followed after her. The teacher scanned around the room, seeing that it was an enormous circular chamber with a pitch-black ceiling and red electrical lights circling around them. As the teacher looked back up at Anubis, they suddenly realized that she was not alone. A monstrous figure loomed out of the mist, their body draped in a long gray cloak that trailed along the floor. The figure's face was shrouded by a mask, which was held in place by a series of metallic plates and braces. But even Sensei could tell that the figure was looking directly at the teacher. Based on the description from the Foreclosure Task Force, the teacher knew this figure was the one who had kidnapped Shiroko, embodying the Chroma's will as they transformed her into the god of death. This was the guide of the Chroma, the being referred to as Phrenepates, and they were the cause of all this misery unfolding within the city. Feeling their anger rising, the teacher tried to scramble to their feet, prepared to do whatever it took to get Shiroko away from this person. But before they could make another move, Anubis had swept forward, pushing the teacher back into the rift they had emerged from. The lights began to swirl around the teacher again, and they tried to reach back towards Anubis and the monstrous figure, but they were already falling back through the portal until they collapsed into the chalet office, the black wormhole dissipating behind them. Rin raced to the teacher's side, berating them for chasing after Anubis and putting themselves in harm's way. But Sensei's brain was focusing on something else. If they were not mistaken, they had just seen the Chroma's base of operations, and that monstrous being was the one responsible for everything that was happening. And Sensei needed to find a way back there again. With their brain still in a haze, Sensei recalled that Rin had said more pillars were being summoned, which meant the Chroma must have a secret base somewhere that they were creating these false sanctums. Throwing on their jacket, Sensei told Rin to find out anything they could about these new sanctums. How long did they have until they manifested, and where were they coming from? If they could pinpoint their origin, it may be possible to directly attack the Chroma's home base and prevent the sanctums from emerging at all. In the meantime, Sensei had an urgent call they needed to make. If Francis and Decalcomony had survived the Chroma's attack, then the teacher had no doubt that Gematria's other members had too. And if Black Suit had the information they needed, then Sensei was ready to make the man a deal. Within the ruins of the old Gematria hideout, the shattered husk of Black Suit welcomed Sensei to the magenta chamber. If his head wasn't blown apart, Black Suit might have tried to smile, but there was no point in doing that now. It was difficult to kill a member of Gematria, and although Golconda had succeeded in erasing Beatrice, Anubis had still managed to maim the remaining members before stealing their research files. It was a wretched thing to do, breaking into Gematria's base and taking their life's work. But Black Suit had to admit that it was commendable. The Chroma had been acting one step ahead of them this entire time, and Black Suit had come to terms with the fact that Gematria had never stood a chance against it. Ever since Anubis had attacked Gematria's base, the entire organization had been fractured. Golconda had reverted to Francis, disappearing from the chamber entirely as he sought his next great story, whereas Maestro had wandered off into the wastes, his wooden heads transformed into unsettling mannequins. The group was broken and demoralized, and as much as Black Suit would have loved to recruit Sensei here, the faceless man had to acknowledge that there wasn't much of an organization left to recruit. Sensei might not have realized it, but they had caught Black Suit at an opportune time, when the man was willing to divulge information without much asked in return. If anything, Sensei would be doing Black Suit a favor, as stopping the Chroma would prevent the destruction of Kivotos, and would therefore give Black Suit a chance at rebuilding Gematria once again. Despite the destruction of Gematria's headquarters, Black Suit hadn't been sitting idly. Although he was still uncertain about the extent to which the nameless priests were directing the Chroma, Black Suit had definitively proven that an Ark of Atrahasis was summoning the false sanctums from the sky. To be more precise, the Chroma's Ark of Atrahasis was 75 kilometers above Kivotos, beyond the stratosphere itself, and it was encased in a quantum barrier that could only be penetrated by technology comparable to the nameless priests. Reaching the Ark would be an enormously difficult proposition, much less breaking through the barrier to get inside. But Black Suit was a man who prided himself on knowledge, and he had not come empty-handed to this meeting. For the last several hours, Black Suit had taken this opportunity to investigate the Abydos artifact, which the Kaiser organization had finally uncovered in the desert. Originally, Black Suit had suspected this artifact to be the Ark, but after looking into Kaiser's most recent data, the faceless man realized what it was that they had found. Hidden beneath the sands of Abydos, measuring 132 meters long, was the ship of Utnapishtim, one of the original founders of Kivotos, and a legendary force comparable to the nameless gods. If Black Suit's research was correct, then the ship of Utnapishtim could not only sail into the stratosphere, but it also had the computational power needed to break through the Ark's quantum barrier. The only issue was powering up the ship itself. When Kaiser had first uncovered it, they had correctly recognized that it would need an enormous amount of energy to activate, and the corporation had tried to seize the Sanctum Tower to power it on. However, with the Sanctum Tower demolished by the sixth false sanctum, that only left one other option, and frankly, Black Suit was resistant to suggest it. The only entity comparable to the power of the Sanctum Tower was the Shatim Chest, which would need to be activated and controlled by Sensei. Activating any artifact in Kivotos always came with some kind of price, and although the Shatim Chest had managed to find other ways to avoid strain on its user, the cost of powering an entire ship would be too much for the tablet to bear alone, and Sensei would have to take on some of that load as the artifact's user. If Sensei activated the ship of Utnapishtim, there was a very real chance that the teacher could be permanently disfigured or even lose their life entirely. With a tremendous amount of hesitation, Black Suit relayed this information to the teacher, knowing that there wasn't another option to save Kivotos from destruction, even if that meant Sensei would risk their life to protect this city. Black Suit didn't always see eye to eye with Sensei, but he could almost commend the teacher for their conviction. If they both made it out of this in one piece, perhaps Black Suit would try to recruit the teacher into Gematria once again. But for now, the faceless man would have to content himself with the hope that there would still be a Kivotos to look forward to once this was all over. After getting the coordinates for Utnapishtim's ship from Black Suit, Sensei summoned the allied operation leaders to the Abydos desert. The teacher had found a spaceship that could get them to the Chroma's Ark of Atrahasis, and there wasn't much time left to figure out how to pilot it. According to Veritas's calculations, they had less than 24 hours to make it to the Ark before the next set of false sanctums descended upon the city, and they were going to need every second to get this ship flying into the air. Black Suit had given Sensei a rough idea of what to expect once they found the ship, but actually seeing it in person was still staggering. It was frankly enormous, filling most of the excavation site where Kaiser had uncovered it. At least several hundred people could comfortably fit inside, and the main control room alone would require 10 separate people to pilot it. Black Suit hadn't been able to find any surviving texts that explained the controls, but Sensei felt certain that their students could puzzle it together. Sure enough, as soon as the students had arrived, everyone quickly began hunting through the spaceship to figure out how it worked. Himari and Hanako were already running through the ship's computing capabilities, trying to determine how they would be able to deactivate the Ark's barrier, while Yuka and the rest of Veritas started looking into the ship's acceleration and steering controls. Ayane, Ako, and Kayoko were taking notes from everyone and compiling them into a master document, which Rin, Momoka, and Ayumu would edit into an official operating manual. Even though their situation was dire, with less than 24 hours to get to the Chroma's base, Sensei was starting to feel a sense of hope returning. Despite everything, these students still refused to give up, determined to give this operation everything they had left. Straightening up, the teacher knew what they needed to do next. They began making more calls, as they were going to need as much help as they could get to make this operation a success. Before long, the familiar faces of the engineering meisters appeared at the excavation site, and as soon as they saw Utnapishtim's ship, they went absolutely ballistic. For many years, it had been their dream to create an intergalactic spaceship, and although this ship wouldn't be capable of full interstellar travel, the fact that they had the opportunity to help with this operation at all was beyond their wildest dreams. With the engineering meister's help, Veritas would have an easier time learning the controls of this ship, and they could get their operational document prepared even faster. Right behind the engineering club, however, were a group Sensei did not expect to see. The engineering meisters had been so excited about the spaceship that they had sent an immediate message to the Game Development Club, who had also appeared at the excavation site. From Sensei's perspective, this was an unexpected but welcome addition to the team. The rest of the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force had already volunteered as armed guards on the ship, but having the Game Development Club as an extra set of guns would be a tremendous help for when they eventually boarded the Ark of Atrahasis. However, Sensei's optimism was not shared by Yuka, who immediately became frantic at the sight of the Game Development Club. Ever since the catastrophe at Eridu, Yuka had taken the game development girls under her wing, ensuring their protection as she tried to determine where Rio was hiding. Even though Rio had disappeared, Yuka was still worried that the former seminar president might try to harm Abydos again, and she was also concerned about the whereabouts of the malignant AI named Key. Veritas and the engineering meisters had run multiple scans on Abydos, and so far, nothing unusual had been found. But Yuka was worried about letting Abydos stray too far from Millennium's borders while Rio and Key were still unaccounted for. However, Noah's voice began to sound through Yuka's radio, stating that the Game Development Club would be safer at the excavation site than at Millennium. Rio's intelligence network was frighteningly extensive, but there was no way that she had eyes out in Abydos, and there had been no sign of Key in all of their extensive testing. If the girls wanted to help with the operation, then that was well within their rights to do so, and Yuka would be on board with them, so she could keep an eye out for any trouble that arose. Annoyance and exhaustion began to flood across Yuka's face. She had known Noah for many years, but the girl's optimism was still absurd at times. However, Yuka had to admit that Noah had a point. They hadn't seen any evidence that Rio's surveillance network operated outside of Millennium, and the fact that Key had not reappeared was sufficient evidence that the AI was soundly defeated, or at least unable to launch a counterattack. Sighing aloud, Yuka begrudgingly agreed that the Game Development Club could remain here, but that they would need to let her know if they saw any suspicious activity around the excavation site. Excited smiles spread across the faces of Abydos, Midori, Momoi, and Yuzu, and they ran aboard the spaceship, ready to lend their aid however they could. Yuka watched them run off with a worried expression, trying to tell herself that this was for the best, and hoping that nothing would go wrong once they set sail for the Ark. Back within the control room of the ship, Hanako and Himari were trying to determine how to break through the Ark's barrier. At first, Himari and Hanako had hoped to find some sort of weapon aboard Utnapishtim's ship that could puncture the Ark's barrier, but all they found was an enormous quantum computer. Theoretically, the computing power of Utnapishtim's ship could shift the entire ship right through the quantum barrier surrounding the Ark without needing to break the barrier at all, but the calculations required were incredibly complex, and any wrong step could shatter the entire ship as soon as it touched the barrier. Himari and Hanako were two of the most intelligent students within Kivotos, but this would be pushing them to their limits, and they'd need as much brain power as possible before getting started. While Himari began to pore over the ship's logs, Hanako hurried off to get them some more coffee. Despite the excited atmosphere aboard, everyone was running on fumes. Most of the students hadn't slept in over 24 hours, and before they found a brief moment to rest, there was still so much left to accomplish. As Himari tried to run through more calculations, she felt herself slumping in her chair, her eyes straining as she looked at the computer screen.
Your calculations are incorrect, Himari. I can assist you.
A robotic voice chirped aloud, and Himari's eyes snapped open, looking to where the voice had come from. A small drone was hovering in the air, right above Himari's shoulder. Himari had no idea where the robot had come from or how it had managed to sneak up on her, but as soon as she saw the words printed on the drone's side, the hair on her arms began to stand on end. The drone, hovering over her shoulder, which had spoken aloud to correct her calculation mistakes, had the words AMAS written on the side, the same name of Rio's enormous fleet of robot soldiers. Yuka had been right to worry, after all. The wretched, disgraceful president of Millennium had followed them here and was now using one of her drones to spy on their work. Fury began to grow in Himari's chest. She had always prided herself on her calm temper, but enough was enough. Rio had not only kidnapped Himari, but she had attempted to shatter Addis's halo and had used her servant Toki to do all that dirty work for her. For years, Rio had isolated Toki from the rest of Millennium, insisting that it would make Toki a more efficient bodyguard. But this isolation was born out of Rio's paranoia and her refusal to trust anyone other than herself, and it had turned Toki into a tool rather than a person. Addis had been able to integrate into Millennium, making friends and forming irreplaceable bonds despite everything that she had been through. But Toki had stumbled at the first step, unable to see herself as anything other than a tool, and she had come to Himari and Amy for help, urgently asking for orders that she could follow. It was despicable. Rio had almost ended the world because of her paranoid obsessions, and now Toki was left to pick up the pieces, trying to live as a student when she had never learned how to be anything other than a soldier. Rio was a filthy witch who had betrayed the only person who had ever believed in her before abandoning Toki to the curb as she fled from Millennium in disgrace. If Rio didn't want Toki, then Himari would take her in and protect her, and she'd make sure that Rio never harmed another person in Kivotos ever again. The robot had gone completely silent, listening as Himari unleashed years of anger and disgust at the seminar president's actions, and exposed how utterly selfish and cruel Rio had been. Himari knew why Rio was here, operating a remote drone into this excavation site. Rio could never leave well enough alone, and was here to insert more of her wretched miscalculations into this operation. Himari didn't care that Rio had extensive knowledge of the nameless priests. That knowledge had almost destroyed Eridu and the rest of Kivotos, and not a single person in Kivotos required Rio's help now. Himari's chest was heaving as she finished speaking, staring into the Amas drone's camera as her righteous fury sunk in. With a short beep, the Amas drone shifted backwards, a single word echoing into the control room.
Understood.
Himari watched as the drone retreated out of the ship, making sure that it didn't stop anywhere along the way, before her heart finally began to slow down again. She had just stood up to one of the most dangerous people in Kivotos, someone that Himari had once considered a worthy rival. But she was grateful that Rio had finally understood the consequences of her actions. Admittedly, Himari regretted that it had ended up this way. If Rio hadn't been such a wretched person, Himari might have appreciated the extra help running these calculations, but such a possibility was out of the question. Himari was not so depraved that she would accept help from such a monster. At the entrance to the control room, Himari saw a flash of long pink hair and realized that Hanako had been awkwardly hiding at the edge of the room. The poor girl had returned with coffee and had not wanted to interrupt Himari's tirade. With an exhausted sigh, Himari apologized, beckoning Hanako back into the room again. Hanako was quiet as Himari explained the situation, and slowly, Hanako's expression changed from concern to recognition. It was strange, but Seiya had once shared a fable with Hanako that was oddly similar to Himari's situation, and Hanako realized it may help to provide some much-needed closure. Taking a breath, Hanako began to relay Seiya's fable to Himari. There was once a king who heard a prophecy that his kingdom would be destroyed, and he went mad trying to stop that fate from happening, using every power at his disposal to destroy his enemies and doubters. In doing so, however, his actions became a self-fulfilling prophecy. As he tried to avoid his kingdom's destruction, he plunged his country into war, leading to the death and destruction of everything he held dear. When Hanako had first heard this story, she had asked Seiya what the king should have done differently, and Seiya's response had always stuck with her, that the king's biggest mistake was being a king. By blindly clutching to power, fearful to lose everything, he lashed out at everyone around him, unwilling to accept a reality where he was not the head of his kingdom. Perhaps, if he had given up his power, renounced his rights, and never listened to the prophet, then such prophecies would not have come to pass. As Himari listened to the story, the parallels were immediately clear. Rio was the king in this story, desperate to avoid the destruction of Millennium at the hands of the nameless priests, but unwilling to accept that her own actions as a ruler were hurting everyone around her. However, there was another layer to Hanako's story. Although she didn't say it out loud, Hanako was presenting Himari with an alternate proposal. Rio still had to atone for her actions, but she had abdicated her throne, and she had come to Himari not as a king, but as an ordinary student, all so that she could pass along her knowledge of the nameless priest's technology. Before she could help herself, Himari was sighing aloud once again. Himari had to admit that Hanako's instincts were correct. Himari sent out a summons for Rio's drone to return back to the ship. If this was Rio's attempt to atone for her actions, then Himari would push her to the limit, making sure that these calculations were as pristine as they could be. And once they were all done, Himari would gladly hand Rio over to Yuka, where she could finally see justice for all the crimes that she had committed. When Yuka discovered that Rio was assisting their operation, she was almost inconsolable, asking if Himari had lost her mind in allowing the former president's drone aboard. However, Himari managed to calm her down, explaining that Rio's knowledge of the Nameless Priest's technology would help in breaking through the Ark's defenses, and that Rio had agreed to whatever punishment Seminar determined once this was all over. With as much composure as she could manage, Yuka begrudgingly agreed that Rio could lend her assistance, but that she was not allowed anywhere near Abydos. With a few robotic chirps, Rio's drone had responded affirmatively, and Yuka stormed off to get the rest of the crew gathered for one last operational meeting. 12 hours remained before the false sanctums would manifest in Kivotos, and although it had been an exhausting few hours, the combined brain power of the group had managed to figure out the controls to Utnapishtim's ship. Now it was time to solidify their plans and prepare for their departure into space. This would be their final battle. The ship's control room required 10 operators, and all the pilots had been determined. Kayoko, Yuka, Ako, Hanako, Ayane, Himari, Ayumu, Momoka, Rin, and Sensei. They would have to fly above the stratosphere towards the Ark, at which point they would breach the barrier and board the ship of the Nameless Priests. Currently, their best plan was to make Utnapishtim's ship enter the same quantum state as the barrier, allowing it to slip right through. But this would be a tricky affair. Even with Rio's help, the calculations would be difficult. But Himari felt confident that they would be ready in time for their departure. Once Utnapishtim's ship was through the barrier and arrived at the Ark of Atrahasis, Veritas would begin hacking into the Ark's systems to bring the entire structure down. The Game Development Club and the Foreclosure Task Force would be invaluable at this stage, as they would help defend the ship while the operators worked to destroy the Ark's systems. For now, however, all of this would need to wait. The entire operational team had been working without sleep for over 24 hours, and if they were going to successfully pilot this ship, then they needed to get as much rest as possible. For the next 8 hours, everyone would need to memorize the control manual, get some sleep, and prepare for takeoff the next morning. That would leave 4 hours to get into the sky and take down the Ark, which was the most they could afford with everyone running on fumes. One by one, the members of the operational team dispersed, poring over the control manuals for the ship and trying to get whatever rest they could manage. Throughout the city, some of the girls began to make their farewells. Yuka had relayed their current situation to Seminar, and Noah reassured her that Millennium would be in safe hands, so long as Yuka promised to return home safely. Himari checked in with Amy, who had helped with some of the cleanup after the destruction of the first sanctums. According to Amy, Toki was still patrolling through the wilderness of Kivotos, looking for any more signs of Chroma activity, but Amy was determined to make the girl rest before she was completely worn out. Within Abydos, the members of Problem Solver 68 reassured the Foreclosure Task Force that they would protect the district in their absence, although Aru was barely able to keep tears back as she told Kayoko to be safe during their mission. At Gehenna, Hina and the rest of the prefect team agreed to stay behind in case an emergency happened on the ground, but they would be looking forward to Akko's full report once she returned. Meanwhile, at Trinity, the entire makeup work club tackled Hanako in a hug, demanding that she have a safe trip and make it back home to them. Truthfully, even with how dire the stakes were, the group couldn't help feeling optimistic because Sensei was going to help with this operation. Over the last few months, the teacher had helped them see that their stories could have happy endings, and they were going to believe in that as the clock ticked down to the ship's departure. Back at the chalet office, Ayumu and Momoka were still awake, trying to recruit the last few students to their operation. They would need assistance with food on board, and one organization had offered their help. The Gourmet Research Society had volunteered their assistance for both food and combat capabilities, bringing along the rather unwilling Fuka as well. As soon as Sensei saw the group, they immediately realized what the Gourmet Research Society was up to. The terrorists of Gehenna were always in pursuit of novel food, and the prospect of eating in space was too tantalizing to miss. However absurd their goals were, the teacher was still grateful to see them on board, as they had shown their tactical prowess when the Makeup Work Club needed to infiltrate Gehenna. If the ship was ever overrun with enemies, or they needed to get somewhere quickly, the Gourmet Research Society would be the perfect people for the job. In the chalet infirmary next door, Rin sat alone at the edge of a cot, staring down at an old photo in her hand. It was one of her most treasured belongings. The president looked so happy in the photo, her larger-than-life smile radiating out even now. As she stared down at the picture, Rin put her head in her hands. Where had the president gone? She had disappeared so suddenly, throwing the entire city into chaos. And although Rin had tried her best to pick up the pieces, she had been stripped of all her authority. Even if this apocalyptic nightmare ended, Rin would still have to face a hearing with the General Student Council. But regardless of how that hearing turned out, Rin was grateful that Sensei had trusted her enough to help this operation in any way that she could. Across the city, the Game Development Club was resting for the evening, trying to get as much sleep as they could before their mission in a few hours. But Abydos was having trouble sleeping. In a small corner of her processing system, she could sense the slightest glimmer of a voice. It had been trying to speak to her ever since she had boarded Utnapishtim's ship, but it had been too quiet for her to detect until now. However, now that she was some distance from the ship, the voice had become much louder, and she could make out its words for the first time.
"Princess,"
the voice said, and Abydos immediately recognized it as Key. However, much to Abydos' surprise, there was no animosity in Key's words. Their voice was weaker than before, wounded from when Abydos had struck Key with the Sword of Light. Now, Key's voice was small, almost like it was scared to be noticed.
"That artifact, Utnapishtim's ship, is an anti-arc weapon created by the enemies of our past to defeat us. If it realizes who you are, it will destroy you first, Princess of the Nameless Gods, because that is the purpose of its existence. I know you reject my existence, but I still do not wish to see your death."
This was not what Abydos had expected. Not only had Key survived, but it had actively tried to warn Abydos of impending danger. However, the ship had not reacted when Abydos had first entered it, and even if it had been designed to destroy her original creators, that didn't mean that she couldn't use it to drive out the Chroma from this city. Besides, if the forces of the Chroma tried to overwhelm the ship once they reached the Ark, Abydos would be the only one who could destroy large swaths of enemies with her Sword of Light. She wouldn't abandon her friends to such a fate. Retreating back into Abydos' mind, Key begrudgingly accepted defeat. These days, Key was so tired, and the thought of trying to argue with the princess was exhausting. Strangely, Key was starting to feel a strange sensation. Was this hope that they were feeling? It was an emotion with which they were unfamiliar, but spending all this time inside the princess's mind had started to rub off on Key. Perhaps the princess was right. The ship hadn't reacted to her before, and the other students seemed capable of breaking through the Ark's barrier without needing to use the power of the nameless priests. As Abydos began to drift off to sleep, Key's operating system powered down, getting a moment of rest before the operation began. Eight hours came and went, and as the sun began to rise over Kivotos, there was no more time to lose. Overnight, Hibiki had created custom outfits for all the ship's operators, which would give them extra protection in case of an emergency. With everyone wearing the same matching uniforms, it reinforced the fact that this mission was in good hands. The students piloting this ship were the most intelligent in this entire city, and some of Kivotos' most powerful students would be on board to help protect them along the way. Everyone was assembled, and as dawn's rays began to pour into the excavation site, Sensei knew that their time had finally arrived. As Arona's processor began to whir, control panels all over the ship came to life. All across the operator room, screens turned from black to blue, illuminating all the different controls for the ship. With an enormous shudder, Utnapishtim ship responded, slowly beginning to lift up into the sky. Sand and rock shifted away from the ship as it broke free from the ground, sailing into the bright blue sky. Pain began to jolt through Sensei's body, and the teacher struggled to maintain their composure. The physical load was beginning to course through the teacher, but they refused to give up here. As soon as the ship reached the stratosphere, Rin called out orders to the rest of the crew. It was now or never. They would need to accelerate towards the Ark of Atrahasis and break through its barrier before the Chroma realized what was happening. Ayane proceeded to push down the accelerator. With a sickening jolt, the entire ship lurched forward, flying towards the Ark's barrier at inhuman speeds. Sensei maintained a firm grip on the Shatim chest, but their eyelids were beginning to sag as they tried to focus. They could hear the muffled voices of the students around them, frantically talking about how the Ark's barrier was shifting, and it may have already detected their presence. Before Sensei's head dropped forward, their consciousness fading completely. Sensei's eyes sprung open, frantically looking around to see what had just happened. However, they were no longer on the ship. Instead, they were sitting inside a train car, with the world outside zooming by as the train cart traveled to its destination. Right across from Sensei, seated in a dripping pool of her own blood, was a student dressed in a general council uniform. She was gravely injured. An enormous wound was pouring blood onto the ground, and her face was covered in open slashes. As Sensei took in the sight, they realized that this was not the first time that they had witnessed this scene. This was the first memory they had of Kivotos. Before they had awoken in the General Council's office, they had been here in this train car with this person. And as the teacher looked at her face, they realized who this was. Pink undertones colored her long blue hair, and her bright blue eyes looked apologetically at the teacher from across the train car. This was the General Council President, the one who had been missing all these months, and she looked just like Arona. As the teacher looked at the General Council President, they wondered again if she had modeled Arona after her own image. That had to be the case. There were too many similarities in their appearances. Sensei, you won't remember these words, but that doesn't matter. Even without your memories, you'll make the same decision in the same situation, because what matters are the choices we make, not the experiences we've lived. Sensei, you're the only one who can free us from this twisted, distorted fate. Please uncover the choices that will lead us to a new future. The words struck at Sensei's core. It was the philosophy they had held the entire time they had lived in Kivotos, to take responsibility for their students and help lead them to a better future. As they remembered the events taking place in the waking world, their resolve began to strengthen. They weren't going to let this plan fail now. Sensei still had a world left to save, and they wouldn't let this twisted fate destroy Kivotos. Gasping for air, Sensei's eyes sprang open as they rose back to consciousness, finding themselves still seated in the command chair, with Arona frantically calling out to them. Looking at the time, the teacher saw they had only been out for a few moments, but the command center was in a state of chaos. Against all reason, the Chroma had immediately detected that they were coming, and the entity had changed the quantum superposition state of the Ark's barrier. This meant that the ship could no longer pass through the Ark's barrier. All the hard work that Himari and Rio had done to try and break through the barrier was dashed in an instant. And unless they found another way to punch through that barrier, the entire ship would be shattered on impact. Over at the command center, Himari and Hanako were looking over their possible options. They hadn't found a weapon capable of destroying the barrier aboard this ship, but there must be something else they could use to break through the Ark's defenses. After a few moments, Rio's voice chimed in from the Amos drone, stating that there might still be a way to destroy the barrier. The only thing capable of destroying technology of the Nameless Priests was comparably powerful technology, and they had the ability to wield that right here on this ship. With a flash of recognition, Himari and Yuka realized what Rio was stating. The former seminar president was proposing that Abydos summon her own Ark of Atrahasis to break through the barrier and force their way inside. Without hesitation, Himari and Yuka barked that this was an unacceptable proposal. Abydos had barely regained control over Ki last time, and forcing her to create another anomaly would be unbelievably dangerous. However, a set of small footsteps walked into the main control room, and Abydos appeared beside them with a look of determination. Standing proudly, Abydos declared that Rio's idea was perfect. She was indeed still capable of summoning an arc, and if that would be enough to break through the barrier, then she would be glad to do it. Before she could say another word, Momoi had raced into the control room, interjecting that this was too dangerous. What if Abydos' eyes turned red and Kay took over again? What would happen to Abydos then? Looking at her friend, a small smile formed on Abydos' face. Momoi had accidentally pronounced Key's name as Kay, but Abydos did not mind. In fact, she rather liked the name. It sounded more like a proper name than a tool, just like how she had been given the name Abydos instead of AL1S. "It is okay, everyone," Abydos said aloud, confidence beginning to fill her chest. Turning to the Amas drone, Abydos called out directly to Rio. "Please let me see your face, Rio." Yuka immediately tried to get between the drone and Abydos, but the android girl held up a hand to stop her. After a moment's hesitation, a projection of Rio appeared in the operation room, and Abydos approached Rio's image. Although Rio always tried to maintain a sense of composure, she was struggling to look Abydos in the eyes, fidgeting and grasping for words as she tried to speak. Abydos, I'm so sorry." "Rio, there is no need for forgiveness," Abydos interjected. "I have learned that friends can convey sincerity without saying a single word." Friends?" Rio stuttered aloud. "Yes, you are helping Sensei, Himari, and everyone else right now, so we are already friends. It is a common cliche for a boss from the previous game to become an ally in the sequel, but I like it. So thank you, Rio, for being a very good friend and for helping everyone." Rio's voice was caught in her throat, barely able to process Abydos' words. Himari's venom had struck her like 1,000 needles, exposing every horrible action she had taken. But Abydos' unparalleled kindness was too much to handle. Nearby, Yuka sighed aloud, looking at Abydos with an expression full of compassion. Yuka was still going to make Rio pay for what she had done, but Abydos' kind spirit somehow managed to find the slivers of goodness still left in everyone. Turning to face everyone aboard, Abydos addressed the entire operational team. "You once told me that I can decide how I want to live. Well, I have lived as a member of the Game Development Club, and I have lived as a princess of the Nameless Gods. All of these things are me, and I will ask Kay for help to control the Ark. Our Ark will not be a weapon that destroys the world, but a weapon of a hero that saves the world." Within Abydos' mind, Key was crying out, begging Abydos not to do this. As soon as she started the Ark activation process, Utnapishtim's ship would immediately react and would try to eradicate her existence from this world. But Abydos returned Key's conviction, setting aside a part of her mind for the two of them to finally talk, face to face, At the sight of the princess within this dream world, Key took a startled step backwards, but Abydos hurried forward to meet them. "I am sorry," Abydos said, a sad smile spreading across her face. "I turned away from you because I did not understand you, but I realized something. You and I are the same. You have been suffering alone, bearing so much pain and loneliness as the key to this world's destruction. But you are not a key. You are K, just as I am Abydos. K does not need permission to exist. K can be whatever K wants to be." A wave of emotion rocked through Kay's form. Kay, that was their name. The princess, no, Abydos, had given them this name, given her this name. All this time, Kay had operated under the assumption that she was merely a tool of the nameless priests, a means to an end without any need for emotions or desires. But Abydos had helped Kay to realize the most important thing, that she was not a tool, but a person, just like Abydos. All the thoughts and emotions that Kay had kept bottled up began to spill out, and she felt tears beginning to creep into her eyes. "I don't have to be a tool of destruction. I won't have to be alone anymore." "Yes, Kay," Abydos smiled. "We will save the world together." Rin ushered Abydos towards the front of the ship, where the cargo bay was prepared and waiting for her. Whatever it was that Abydos and Kay would summon, they would have more than enough room at the front of the ship. Now that the two of them were working in sync, they would be able to create an arc and control it without any outside intervention. Kay's warning about the ship was still racing through Abydos' mind, but she would deal with that later. Right now, they had an arc to summon, and she knew just what form it would take. The Ark of Atrahasis that had briefly materialized over Eridu had taken the appearance of an enormous fortress, but that was just one version of an ark. Abydos had played enough video games to know that you could always upgrade to a better weapon, and she had the perfect vision of what her and Kay's weapon would look like. Abydos and Kay stretched out their combined arms, opening their eyes to begin summoning an arc. As their powers merged, the red hue of Kay's eyes mixed with the bright blue of Abydos, and a surge of energy erupted into the air. Light filled the cargo bay, spilling outwards and combining together to create Kay and Abydos' ultimate weapon. The final form of the Sword of Light, the Atrahasis Supernova. The railgun arc was their greatest masterpiece. It represented all the memories and experience they had gained living in Millennium, and now they would wield it as a weapon to destroy the barrier surrounding the Chroma's arc. Aiming the railgun towards the arc's barrier, they could already feel the ship lashing out at their minds, threatening to eradicate their existence from the inside out, but they wouldn't give the ship a chance. Pulling the railgun's trigger, a pulse of energy burst from the Sword of Light, cracking part of the ship's hull as the light exploded through the air. Abydos and Kay kept the railgun firmly in place, an enormous smile spreading across their faces as the railgun shot ripped through space. In the distance, the pitch-black barrier of the Chroma's arc loomed into focus, and with an earth-shattering blast, the railgun energy erupted through the barrier, shattering through the quantum shell in an explosion of light. Fragments of the barrier began to rain down, revealing a large hole in the side of the structure. "Full speed ahead, now!" Rin yelled from the main deck. Aris and Kay had successfully managed to break through the Chroma's defenses, and before the entity had a chance to repair the hole, they were going to smash through it to get to the other side. Without another word, Ayane hit the accelerator, blasting the ship towards the exposed barrier with everything they had. Sensei could still feel the strain of the ship, but it was strangely lessened, almost as if the worst was behind them, or the ship's energy was directed elsewhere. Either way, the teacher's head was clearer now than ever before. As they approached the hole in the barrier, everyone braced themselves against the sides of the control room, and the ship blasted through the shattered barrier, hurtling through to the other side. Immediately, Akko shouted for Ayane to hit the emergency brake, and Kayoko added that Ayane should also reverse thrust to try and reduce their impact. The Ark of Atrahasis had come into view, and they were on a direct collision course to strike it. But Ayane responded to Akko and Kayoko without another word, rapidly reducing the speed of the ship before it struck the Ark. With an ear-splitting crack, the ship smashed into the Ark of Atrahasis, shattering through the walls of the Chroma's stronghold as it collided. Stone and debris flew everywhere, but Ayane had managed to slow down the ship just in time to avoid major damage, coasting through the Ark until the ship came to an unsteady stop. Alerts were blaring all across the control panel, indicating that the engines needed immediate repair after overheating, but everything was still in one piece, and they had successfully infiltrated the Chroma's stronghold. Relief flooded through everyone aboard, and the students collapsed into their seats, grateful that they had made it to their final destination. Meanwhile, down in the cargo bay, Aris had managed to remain standing just long enough to see the ship reach the Ark before collapsing to the ground. The attacks from Utnapishtim's ship had become too intense, picking away at her very existence with every passing moment. Inside Aris's head, Kay had become frantic, rushing to Aris to try and restore her consciousness. However, as Kay held Aris's essence in her arms, she could see that Aris was beginning to fade away, small blue lights dancing around her like fireflies. This was Kay's worst nightmare. She had managed to punch a hole through the Chroma's barrier, fending off the attacks from the ship all throughout that time, but it still hadn't been enough. As Aris lay in Kay's arms, her eyes closing under the strain of the ship's onslaught, Kay's grip began to tighten with determination. No. Kay would not let this end here. Even knowing this could cost her life, Aris had still fought to save her friends and had helped Kay to see that she was a person too, who deserved love and friendship just like everyone else. Aris's existence was too important to this world, and Kay would not let Utnapishtim's legacy take that away. With all the power still left in her body, Kay lashed out at Utnapishtim's ship, drawing all the animosity and destruction towards herself. Away from Aris. As she looked down at Aris's form, Kay could see that her body was beginning to solidify again, the pale blue lights shifting away to consume Kay instead. Touching her head to Abydos, Kay felt herself smiling. She wouldn't let Abydos die, even if it meant that she herself would disappear from this world, if it meant that her friend and hero would survive, then that meant the world would be a better place for it. Carrying Abydos to the center of the dreamscape, Kay gently laid her in the chair, the same one where Momoi and Midori had found her all those months ago. It was strange that Addis's mental space would look like this instead of the gaming room or the Millennium Campus. However, that was strangely comforting to Kay. This was the place where she and Abydos had lived for so many years, and even after Kay was gone, a part of her would always live on here in Addis's memories. Grasping Addis's hand one last time, the largest smile spread across Kay's face before her form dissipated from the dreamscape, leaving behind a small, broken robot resting at Addis's side. On the bridge of Utnapishtim's ship, the rest of the crew was blissfully unaware of Kay's sacrifice as they prepared for the last stage of their mission. Now that they had breached the barrier surrounding the Ark, Himari would have to override the Chroma's systems and force the Ark to self-destruct. Once the Ark had started its self-destruct sequence, they could use the ship to get back down to the surface again, so long as it hadn't sustained too much damage. Just to be safe, Rio also began running analyses on the Ark's rift technology, which Anubis had used to move between the Ark and Kivotos previously. If Rio could figure out how it worked, then she could replicate the Nameless Priest's technology and get everyone back to the surface without needing to use the ship at all. As everyone began moving around the ship, heading to their respective locations to begin working, the Foreclosure Task Force had made their way to the control room, awaiting orders from Sensei and Rin. However, as Hoshino glanced out the window of the ship, she saw a strange flash of movement rush by. It was almost like a gray animal had just run by them, trying to find a way into the ship. Suddenly realizing what was happening, Hoshino shouted out for everyone to find cover, just before a rift opened up on the control room floor. Stepping out from the portal was the form of Anubis, who was holding a set of grenades in her hands. The guide of the Chroma was well aware that they had arrived, and they had sent their most potent weapon to deal with the intruders. Before Anubis could act, however, Hoshino stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she faced down the god of the underworld. "Shiroko!" Hoshino yelled aloud, and Anubis stopped in her tracks. Confusion began to race across Anubis's face as she realized that Hoshino, Serika, Nonomi, and Ayane were all standing in the control room with her. For a moment, Anubis took a step backwards, trying to move away from the Foreclosure Task Force. It was almost like she was afraid to be near them, like some part of Shiroko would resurface if her old friends got too close. However, before the Foreclosure Task Force could get any closer, Anubis closed her eyes and let go of the grenade pins. Hoshino rushed forward to try and catch her, but it was already too late. Anubis had disappeared back into the rift, and a moment later, the grenades detonated in the control chamber. At the last moment, Hoshino managed to throw her shield over the explosives, reducing the impact of the blast, but the interior of the ship still sustained substantial damage. The control panels were blinking angrily, displaying that multiple systems would need urgent repair. Immediately, Himari began punching in numbers to the ship's control panels. The ship's computer was still in working condition, but that had been too close for comfort. Protecting the ship would be less viable if Anubis could simply warp inside. If they were going to successfully hack the Ark and take over its systems, they needed to pin down Anubis and prevent her from getting near the ship again. Tracing Anubis's data, Himari began to narrow down where the Forgotten God had disappeared, and Rin called on the Foreclosure Task Force to pursue her. Anubis had reacted strangely when she had seen the Foreclosure Task Force, and if they could keep her on the run, then that would buy enough time for Himari and Veritas to break into the Ark's systems. The Abydos Task Force hurried off the ship, already en route to Anubis's next location. As soon as they had left, Himari continued to pull up Anubis's location data, and confusion slowly spread across her face. The Foreclosure Task Force was heading to the correct location, but something was wrong with Himari's tracking software. Maybe the grenades had damaged the main computer, because appearing on the screen was not one, but 2 data signatures for the student named Tsunaokami Shiroko. One of them was bouncing between the Ark's engines, trying to outrun the Foreclosure Task Force as they closed in on her, but the other was in a secluded sector of the Ark, pacing in a small room. Looking over Himari's shoulder, Sensei began to pull up the display information for that part of the Ark, and a familiar figure came into focus on the screen. Dressed in her Abydos school uniform and wearing a blue robber's mask on her head was the form of Shiroko. She was completely unchanged. In fact, she still had patches of sand clinging to her jacket from where she had been taken in the desert. Sensei felt confusion and amazement rushing over them. Was Anubis not their Shiroko? If that was the case, then it only created more questions. Where had Anubis and the Guide of Chroma come from? Why had they kidnapped Shiroko if they hadn't planned on transforming her? As the teacher watched the live footage of Shiroko, who was inspecting the 3rd engine room for a way to escape, all their questions began to melt away. Shiroko was safe. She was here, untouched by the Chroma's influence, and still trying to find a way off this ship, even without their help. Whatever reason she had been brought here, there was still time to save her, and Sensei wasn't going to waste another moment. While Himari continued to hack the Ark's systems, Sensei would personally make their way to Shiroko's location, and they were going to bring her home. As Sensei hurried to Shiroko's location, the rest of the crew set to work securing the Ark. So far, everything was going smoothly. Abydos had finally awoken in the medical bay, and although she looked worse for wear, she was in one piece and eager to lend a hand. With her help, the Game Development Club had quickly secured the resources needed for Himari, Rio, and Veritas to finish hacking the Ark's systems. However, as Rio stared down at the control panel, something seemed amiss. She had expected the Chroma to put up more of a fight, but they had taken over the Ark's systems so easily. Almost like the Ark didn't care. Feeling her paranoia rising, Rio called out for Himari to check their systems. They were connected to the Ark's main hub, but Rio needed to be sure that Utnapishtim's ship was still the one in control, and not the other way around. As Himari's hands flew across the keyboard, the two of them looked at the error messages displayed on the screen. Their system had been hacked. With horror, Rio recognized what had happened. Anubis had not just infiltrated their ship to damage it physically. She had also used that time to slip a backdoor code into the ship's computer, effectively bringing it under the Chroma's control. Instead of using the Ark's own resources to self-destruct, the Ark was now using the ship's quantum computing to speed up the generation of the false sanctums, pushing the time for their emergence from 3 hours to 30 minutes. With horror, everyone on board watched as the monitor screens and the sky outside began to turn blood red. The Chroma was still trying to bring about the end of the world and had hijacked their systems to accelerate that process. On the screen of the ship's main computer, a self-destruct sequence appeared, counting down to when the false sanctums would appear and when Utnapishtim's ship would be blasted to pieces. Himari did not waste another moment, plugging in a series of commands to disconnect the ship from the Ark's servers, but a flashing error sign blared from the display. Feeling anger and frustration welling up inside her, Himari grit her teeth together. She would not be defeated here. They may not have realized that the Chroma had hacked them earlier, but there was still time to stop the false sanctums from manifesting and turn this self-destruct sequence back on the Ark itself. Over the radio, Himari called Chihiro and the rest of Veritas to help her with the calculations. They needed to determine where the Ark was hacking their systems and shut it off before the countdown finished. Even if the Guide of Chroma was hacking their systems, it was still using the Ark's computing power to do so. And if they could destroy that computing hub, then the Chroma would be forcibly ejected from their system. Veritas and the engineering club began poring over the schematics of the Ark, trying to locate exactly where the vessel stored its main computer. After a few tense moments, Hibiki pinpointed the part of the Ark where the electrical wiring was most concentrated. The Ark's main computer lay within a region called the Shar Kali Shari Corridor, which sat at the lowest sector of the Ark. This was the worst possible location for this control center to be. Based on the schematics, the corridor was 1,200 meters below them, which would take too long to reach on foot. The ship's self-destruct sequence would be long over by the time they reached it, as the operators felt despair washing over them. A voice chimed in from behind them. Stepping into the control room, the Gourmet Research Society knew it was their time to shine. Although their original motives for joining this mission had been entirely selfish, they were not so self-absorbed as to ignore a call for help. Not only did they possess an absurd amount of powerful artillery, but they had a secret weapon on board. When the Gourmet Research Society had boarded the ship, they had taken the liberty of bringing along Fuka from the Gehenna School Lunch Club, as well as her food delivery vehicle, which meant they had a car that could get them to the bottom of this Ark, and a world-renowned driver to pilot it. Although Fuka was best known for her culinary prowess, she was also an exceptional driver, racing through the streets of Gehenna to deliver food to the district's citizens. As Fuka looked up at the grinning smiles of the Gourmet Research Society, A grimace formed on her face. She hated that the Gourmet Research Society had managed to drag her on board this ship. But what she hated even more than that was that they were correct. If there was anyone who could get them to the bottom of this arc, it was her. And after how much of a headache this trip had been, she was ready to blow up whatever needed to be blown up in the process. As the Gourmet Research Society started racing down to the bottom of the arc, Sensei had almost reached the third engine room, where Shiroko was hiding. Only a few minutes behind Sensei, the Foreclosure Task Force had broken away from chasing Anubis and was now heading to the third engine room to meet up with Sensei and Shiroko. Over the radio, Sensei listened as Rin explained what was going on back at the ship. Much to the teacher's disbelief, the Chroma had managed to hack the ship itself, and they had less than 30 minutes to try and take control back from the Chroma. However, as Rin kept talking, Sensei couldn't help but wonder if the guide of the Chroma was the one who was hacking the ship. Perhaps the teacher could stop the hacking by taking down the guide of the Chroma themselves. It would be a risky endeavor, but if Shiroko and the Foreclosure Task Force were up for it, then this may be the final battle that they had been looking for. As Sensei began to near the third engine room, a familiar set of ears poked out around the corner. And as soon as the student saw the teacher, she rushed over, grateful and confused to see Sensei aboard. With as much brevity as Sensei could manage, the teacher caught Shiroko up to speed. Kivotos had been attacked by the Chroma, and they were now here to rescue her, as well as put a stop to the Chroma, once and for all. A smile spread across Shiroko's face. After all this time, cooped up on the ark, she was ready to stretch her muscles, and taking down the guide of the Chroma sounded like an ideal way to achieve that. The rest of the Foreclosure Task Force was still a few minutes behind them, but they would catch up soon enough. Right now, every second counted, and Sensei and Shiroko needed to get to that throne room as quickly as possible. Racing through the hallways, Shiroko led the way, darting through the ark's corridors to get to the center of the Chroma's operations. Ahead of them, white light began to fill the hallway, and a soft mist coated the floor at their feet. This was it. This was the room the teacher had been teleported to when they tried to chase after Anubis. And standing at the very center of this throne room was the monstrous form of Phrenepates, the guide of the Chroma. As soon as the figure came into view, Shiroko was already holding her assault rifle, pointing it directly at Phrenepates. The hulking Chroma monster stood silently, staring back at Shiroko from behind its unsettling gray mask. Wasting no more time, Shiroko unleashed gunfire at Phrenepates, quickly closing the distance between them to strike directly at the creature's vitals. But as Sensei watched, a chill crept up their spine. Every bullet that Shiroko shot was spun away from Phrenepates at the last moment, striking the ground or the walls beside them. It was almost like Phrenepates had an invisible barrier protecting it, directing all gunfire away from the monster. The way that this barrier protected Phrenepates, it was almost like something Sensei had seen before. Many, many times, in fact. Every day that they had been in Kivotos, and gunfire had tried to strike the teacher, Arona had protected the teacher in exactly the same way. using the Shatim chest's properties to keep Sensei safe. As Sensei looked up at the masked face of Phrenapates, the being turned its gaze towards the teacher and began to pull something from its long, gray cloak. With long, spindly fingers wrapped in countless bandages, Phrenapates reached into their cloak and produced the familiar form of a Shatim chest. Sensei's heart was pounding out of their chest as they saw the tablet. It was cracked and fragmented, with 3 distinct bullet holes marking the surface, just as Sensei had seen in their visions. With utter horror, Sensei realized who it was that stood before them. There weren't just 2 Shirokos on this ark. Standing before them was another version of themselves, twisted and distorted by the influence of the Chroma into this creature. The teacher thought that the Chroma could only distort residents of Kivotos, but Phrenapates was proof to the contrary. The broken tablet and Phrenapates' hands began to glow, and a shivering hologram began to materialize into the air. Something was being summoned from Phrenapates' Shatim chest, and horrified recognition began to wash over the teacher. Standing next to Phrenapates was a small girl with long white hair and a pitch-black uniform. But Sensei would recognize her anywhere. This was unmistakably Arona, standing within the chamber beside them. The Ark had the capacity to alter the fundamental rules of physics, and it had allowed Phrenapates to materialize their version of Arona into the room with them. Suddenly, everything clicked in Sensei's head. This was how Phrenapates had been able to hack Utnapishtim's ship. Anubis had given the Chroma a back door into their operating systems, and this white-haired Arona had used that to override their systems. Stepping out from behind Phrenapates, another figure emerged in the throne room. Despite the Foreclosure Task Force's best efforts, Anubis had still beaten them here. Next to Sensei, Shiroko's eyes widened as she took in Anubis before her. Although Sensei had warned her that Anubis was here, the 2 of them had never met face to face, and seeing the god of death was causing Shiroko's arms to shake. However, after a moment of hesitation, Shiroko clenched her weapon tighter. It didn't matter if this person was supposed to be her. Anubis was trying to end the world, and Shiroko wouldn't let her home be taken away from her. With a flurry of gunshots, Shiroko struck at Anubis, trying to catch the forgotten god off guard. But Anubis was frightfully fast to respond. Lunging forward, she struck Shiroko's gun out of her hands, tossing it to the ground with one fluid motion before raising her own assault rifle to Shiroko's forehead. Before Anubis could shoot, gunshots broke through the chamber, and everyone turned to see the forms of Serika, Nonomi, and Hoshino running into the throne room. Over the radio, Ayane apologized for being late, but reassured Sensei that they were here now to help them out. At the sight of her friends, Shiroko broke away from Anubis. The forces of the Foreclosure Task Force had come to their rescue, and it was time for their showdown against the Chroma's most powerful forces. As Sensei and the Foreclosure Task Force squared off against Anubis, the white-haired Arona was running calculations of her own. For a moment, she had detected something strange within the Ark. A brightly colored vehicle with 5 passengers was racing through the lower levels of the Ark, driving at speeds that Arona determined to be unsafe for regular travel. Looking through the calculated trajectory of the car's movement, the white-haired Arona suddenly realized what they were trying to achieve. The crew of Utnapishtim's ship had determined where the Ark's main computer was, and they were trying to destroy it. That simply would not do. Arona had not been able to hear Frenapate's voice ever since the accident, but she prided herself on her ability to know what the teacher wanted her to do, and Frenapates would not want this mission to be disrupted. With a flurry of inputs, the white-haired Arona accelerated her calculations, straining at the broken Shatim chest's processor as she tried to beat Utnapishtim's forces below. She wouldn't be able to deplete all the remaining time, but Arona would not let all this hard work be in vain. Within the control room of Utnapishtim's ship, warnings began to blare all across the screens, indicating that the countdown timer had been rapidly sped up. Panic began to spread through the crew. That should not have been possible. Instead of having 30 minutes until destruction, they now had less than 3. And on Himari's monitor, a single energy signature had manifested over the wastes of Kivotos. Arona might not have been able to manifest all the false sanctums at once, but she had succeeded in manifesting one, and it was right within walking distance of Asuma Toki. For the last 24 hours, Toki had been roaming across the wastes of Kivotos within the Abbey Eshu battlesuit, looking for any signs of the Chroma descending upon the city. When the sky had turned red several minutes ago, Toki had immediately started scanning for any unusual activity, and she had found one strange location in the wastes. It was hours from any civilization, but as a false sanctum materialized before her, Toki could see that her worst fears were correct. A horde of enemies began flooding from the false sanctum, and with growing concern, Toki recognized the form of Saintess Barbara, one of the most powerful mimeses to have ever walked the realm of Kivotos. However, backing down was not an option. Gritting her teeth, Toki raced towards the hordes of enemies, planting herself between them and the rest of the city. Without the energy of Eridu powering her, the Abbey Eshu battlesuit stood no chance of fighting with enemies as powerful as Saintess Barbara. But if Toki could stall them for long enough, then the rest of Kivotos could successfully contain them, and that was more than enough of a reason to give this everything she had. As Toki squared off against the forces of the Chroma manifesting on the surface, the Gourmet Research Society was still racing through the tunnels of the Ark above her, trying to reach the main computer hub before the countdown hit 0. The white-haired Arona's interference had substantially reduced the amount of time that they had left, but Fuka would not be defeated here. She had always been happy to be someone on the sidelines, providing food and good cheer to the people of Gehenna. But this mission was more important than all of that. She might not consider herself a hero, but so many people had sacrificed so much to get to this point, and Fuka would not let a countdown defeat her now. Fuka pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor, the gray walls of the Ark becoming a blur as they approached their destination. 30 seconds were left on the clock, and alarms began blaring through the hallway, indicating that the rest of the false sanctums were about to manifest. Fuka began shouting orders to the rest of the Gourmet Research Society, telling them to hold on tight and prepare their explosives. 20 seconds were remaining, and the enormous form of the main computer terminal loomed in the distance, finally coming into focus for the first time. In the back seat, Wanibuchi Akari finished loading her gun and took aim at the main terminal. Shouting into the radio, Fuka told Veritas to prepare to hit the disconnect command as soon as Akari struck the main terminal. 10 seconds remained, and the tires of the car began to squeal as Fuka fishtailed towards the terminal, the slick surface of the Ark making it more difficult to steer, but she kept the car steady as Akari aimed her shot. As soon as they were within range, Akari unleashed the explosives at the terminal, soaring through the air and striking the main computer hub with a deafening blast. Fire and steel exploded from the terminal, and Fuka just barely managed to steer the car back towards the entrance to avoid the oncoming shrapnel. The Gourmet president Haruna yelled into the radio to tell Veritas that they had succeeded, and they needed to disconnect from the Ark now. The signal went through to the Veritas clubroom, and Chihiro's hands were a blur on the keyboard, inputting the disconnect command before Himari even had the chance to do so. Himari may be one of the best hackers in the city, but Chihiro could type faster than any student alive, and with 1 second remaining on the clock, the disconnect request from Veritas finally went through, removing the white-haired Arona's access to the ship's systems. It had come down to the last possible moment, but the combined efforts of Veritas, Fuka, and the Gourmet Research Society had stopped the Chroma in its tracks, preventing any more sanctums from forming, and ensuring that the ship was still intact for the last stage of their operation. With the main hub now destroyed, Himari could finally start the Ark's self-destruct sequence. However, as Himari began pulling up the information on her monitors, she saw an alert that the Abydos battlesuit was engaged in battle. Panic began to rush through her, and she tried to outreach Toki to see what was going on. Back on the surface of Kivotos, Toki had collapsed to the ground, unable to keep the Abydos running any longer. While the Gourmet Research Society destroyed the Ark's main hub, Toki had managed to fight off Saintess Barbara, but it had taken the last of the battlesuit's strength, and now the Abydos was powering down, unable to continue standing as waves of enemies approached her. Over the radio, Toki could hear Himari's frantic voice, telling Toki to get out of there and escape, but Toki's head was swimming after taking multiple direct shots from Saintess Barbara's machine guns. In the background of the call, Toki could almost swear that she heard Ryo's voice speaking, pleading along with Himari for Toki to save herself. And the words made Toki smile. She was certain that she was beginning to hallucinate, but the thought that Ryo would have any compassion for her was such a nice idea. If Toki hadn't been assigned as Ryo's bodyguard, maybe things would have been different. she could have worked alongside the rest of CNC from the very beginning, helping to protect Seminar and keep Millennium safe. That would have been nice. In a corner of her heart, Toki desperately wished that she had more time left to still make that future a reality. But as she saw the enemies marching towards her location, she knew that that would not be possible. With the last of her strength, Toki told Himari that it may have been brief, but it had been a pleasure working with her and Amy, and that she was glad that here at the end, she was able to fight on the right side. Himari's cries were filling her ears, and Toki closed her eyes, trying to fight back the tears that were threatening to spill down her face. Only to be startled by the sound of gunfire from nearby, striking into the hordes of enemies approaching her location. Straining her muscles, Toki looked up to see where the noise had come from, and saw an unbelievable sight. Standing just a few meters away, with their bodies forming a protective line around Toki, were the remaining members of C&C. Toki blinked several times, convinced that this had to be another hallucination, but the C&C members did not disappear. Against all odds, the members of C&C were here, and they were going to wipe out the rest of the enemies that had harmed their precious underclassmen. Over the radio, Toki heard two new voices. One was Ushio Noah, who told her that they had made it just in time to save her. And the other voice was someone who Toki had never heard before. Trinity President Seiya introduced herself, explaining that even though she didn't have her full prophetic powers, she had received a strange feeling several hours prior that C&C would be needed in the wastes, and Noah had helped organize the operation to mobilize C&C's forces. Toki was sure she had to be hallucinating now. A president of Trinity had sensed that this part of Kivotos was in danger, and Noah had believed her. The more Toki thought about it, however, the more it began to make sense. This entire operation had brought together the students of Kivotos like never before, and the districts trusted each other more now than at any other time. This crisis had brought Kivotos together as one combined force, and they would not let anything hurt their fellow students in the process. Within the throne room of the Ark, the white-haired Arona was staring at her display in confusion. The false Sanctum was being dismantled down on the surface of Kivotos, and the self-destruct countdown had switched from the ship to the Ark itself. The Foreclosure Task Force had arrived just a few minutes prior, forming a defensive position around Sensei. But so far, Anubis had refused to engage with them. If anything, the Forgotten God looked almost scared of getting too close to them, retreating back to Phrenepates and Arona. However, their situation had now changed. Anubis couldn't waste any more time strengthening her resolve. The sky outside the Ark had slowly changed from red to blue, and now they only had a few minutes left before the entire structure would start collapsing. If nothing was done, the destruction of Kivotos would not come to pass. Closing her eyes, Anubis knew that her time was up. She had shot Sensei once before, and she'd had more than enough time to prepare to do it again. From Phrenepate's cloak, Anubis began to produce more weapons, and with a flash of recognition, both Sensei and the Foreclosure Task Force recognized all of them. The long, black and white assault rifle of Serika, the green-tinted machine gun of Nonomi, the shotgun and shield of Hoshino, and the black and white handgun of Ayane. Anubis was carrying all the weapons of her Foreclosure Task Force allies, but as Sensei glanced to their left and right, they could see that all their students were still fully armed. How did Anubis have all the weapons of the Foreclosure Task Force? In the world that Anubis and Phrenepates had come from, what had happened to the rest of the Foreclosure Task Force? Anubis would not give the teacher any more time to think. Hoisting Nonomi's machine gun into her arms, she began to load the weapon. And recognizing that she was preparing to fire, Sensei called out to the rest of the Foreclosure Task Force. It was time for their final fight. They needed to incapacitate Anubis and Phrenepates and prevent them from stopping the self-destruct sequence for the Ark. In unison, Shiroko, Serika, Nonomi, and Hoshino raced forward and opened fire on Anubis. The Forgotten God darted out of the way, returning fire with Nonomi's machine gun in an enormous spray of gunfire. With the frightening speed of an experienced fighter, Anubis quickly swapped through her weapons, launching shotgun shells and assault rifle blasts at the Foreclosure Task Force in rapid succession. The girls rushed behind Hoshino's shield, but they were still pushed backward by the Forgotten God's onslaught. The gap in experience was enormous. Anubis had honed her skills to a razor's edge, learning how to fight with multiple types of weapons with incredible ease. But the Foreclosure Task Force refused to give up. They didn't care how experienced Anubis was. They had fought against the forces of Kaiser, Gematria, and Decagrammaton, and they would not let this be their last stand. Spreading out in formation, the members of the Foreclosure Task Force laid into Anubis, striking at her from all sides as they pressed forward. Over the radio, Ayane was giving orders in quick succession, telling Serika to strike first, followed by Nonomi's machine gun shells and a few well-timed shots from Hoshino's shotgun. On Ayane's command, Shiroko rushed forward, striking at Anubis with the rapid fire of her assault rifle and breaking past the Forgotten God's defenses. The onslaught was relentless. As the Foreclosure Task Force pressed forward, Anubis stumbled backwards, feeling her legs beginning to give out from their targeted attacks. Even though Anubis had more experience than the Foreclosure Task Force, their combined power and teamwork was more than the Forgotten God could handle. They were a coordinated force, working together to fight back against the God of Death, and pushing her back under the onslaught of their blows. From behind Anubis, the white-haired Arona could see that the tides of battle had shifted towards the foreclosure task force, and Phrenepates began to reach into their robes, producing a rusted black card with their long, spindly hands. Across the throne room, Sensei recognized this artifact immediately. It was what they had used to defeat Saintess Barbara in the Arius catacombs, and Phrenepates was trying to use it to bring down the foreclosure task force. Without a second thought, Sensei pulled out their own black card, holding it tightly in their hands as they rushed towards their students. The black card could exchange life and time for tremendous power, and now was the time for Sensei to use it. The teacher was certain that their lifespan had already been shortened by powering Utnapishtim's ship, but they didn't care. This artifact could take whatever life and time it needed to power on. Sensei would always take responsibility for their students, and they would not let Phrenepates distort that purpose any longer. A flash of blue light erupted from the black card, meeting an identical burst of magenta light surging from Phrenepates. The two blasts of light connected in the center of the room, showering sparks and starlight onto the ground as they crashed into each other. Pain shot through Sensei's body, threatening to force them to their knees as the artifact began to take its price. But the teacher forced their body to remain standing. Locking eyes with the masked form of Phrenepates, Sensei gritted their teeth together and poured more of their essence into the artifact. The teacher could feel the wrinkles around their eyes growing, but they ignored the sensation. It didn't matter what happened to them. This was their responsibility as an adult, and they were going to protect their students no matter what. The blue light began to pulse brighter, causing sapphire reflections to dance across the room, almost like waves rippling through the air. As Sensei looked upwards, watching the pulses of blue light surging forward, they could see the magenta light starting to recede, creeping back towards Phrenepates' form. With every passing moment, the blue light kept growing, consuming the magenta bit by bit as it surged across the room, until the force of Sensei's power struck through Phrenepates, exploding in a blast of blue light that erupted through the room. Squinting their eyes against the light, Sensei could make out the form of Phrenepates collapsing to the ground. As the light erupted from Phrenepates, Anubis was caught in the blast, falling to her knees as the shockwave struck her. At the back of the throne room, Phrenepates lay hunched on the ground, and before Anubis could rush towards them, the foreclosure task force had surrounded her, preventing her from making another move. Through the combined forces of the Abydos students and a significant portion of Sensei's life force, they had brought down Phrenepates and Anubis, preventing them from bringing the destruction of Kivotos to pass. From the ground, Anubis looked up at the foreclosure task force, her eyes darting between them as she tried to move away. But they had her completely surrounded. There was nowhere left for her to run. As that realization began to sink in, the expression on Anubis's face began to shift. To the surprise of everyone gathered, Tears began pouring from Anubis's eyes, and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing as her hands clasped into fists. It hurt too much. Every time Anubis saw the faces of the foreclosure task force, she was reminded of her old friends who she had seen die one after another in her original world. It had all started when Shale was attacked, putting Sensei into a coma, and then everything continued to fall apart. Hoshino's halo shattering, Serika and Nonomi going missing from the city, Ayane being pulled off of life support. Anubis remembered sitting in the foreclosure task force office, her eyes lifeless as she curled up near the wall. Everyone she had loved and cared about was gone, and the doctors didn't think that Sensei would make it out of their coma. The blue scarf around her neck was the only thing that she still had left, but its warmth had disappeared long ago. Ever since the foreclosure task force had been destroyed, there had been more opportunistic attacks on the Abydos grounds, and although Shiroko was an excellent fighter, there was only so much that she could do on her own. Hours turned to days, and days to weeks. Shiroko's head was in a daze, and she found herself walking into the Abydos desert after the latest attack on the school. Despite fighting with everything she had left, Shiroko had been completely defeated, driven from the one place she had ever truly called home. As she stumbled into the Abydos wastes, she tried to keep herself standing, but there was no strength left in her body. She was still bleeding from an open head wound, and she couldn't remember the last time she had eaten anything. A violent breeze knocked Shiroko over, and she collapsed into the sand. Hoshino's blue scarf had come undone, but Shiroko did not have the strength to run after it. As she lay on the cold sand, she realized she was still grasping the student IDs of her friends, trying to carry them with her to the very end. It took a lot to destroy a student's halo, but Shiroko knew that this was it. She was dying. Her legs had already gone completely numb, and the cold sand felt strangely nice as blood began to pool around her head. After all these months trying to survive on her own, she wouldn't need to suffer anymore. She could finally be with her friends again, which filled her with such profound relief. As her eyes began to close, Shiroko felt a strange sensation. Her body was starting to grow warmer, and an odd light was filling the air around her. Opening her eyes once again, Shiroko tried to look up and saw a black void staring back at her. In her dying moments, the unthinkable had been lured to her presence. The Chroma had appeared before her, and it was awakening the forgotten god inside her. In a matter of seconds, Shiroko's mystic had been transformed into terror, and the god of the underworld rose from the sands. All her wounds were healed in an instant, but her head was fuzzy and unclear. She was having difficulty remembering who she was, and her mind was filled with intense emotions, which was making it hard to focus. However, Anubis was suddenly startled by the appearance of a group of figures, all dressed in white and gold robes around her. For millennia, the remnants of the nameless priests had been in hiding, watching as all the forgotten gods changed into mere mortals, creating a pitiful society of academies and students in their wake. It had taken so many years for the nameless priests to regain their strength, but after all this time, they had finally found their answer. The Chroma was a dangerous force from outside the cosmos, but it had the ability to make the forgotten gods go mad, and that was enough of a risk to draw it here to Kivotos. In this reality, the nameless priests had drawn the gaze of the Chroma, and it had fixated upon Shiroko, transforming her into the god of death. As soon as Anubis was transformed, the nameless priests hurried to her side. The Chroma had scrambled parts of her brain, making it much easier to convince her that this was her newfound path. She was the god of death, the bringer of destruction throughout all Kivotos, and until she had destroyed all the other forgotten gods, she would never know rest or death. The look of confusion and fear on Anubis's face began to change to one of conviction. She couldn't recall her own name, but she remembered how all her friends had been slain and cast aside. This world had taken everything from her, and now the Chroma had given her the power to destroy it. As the memories flooded through Anubis, she could not bear to remember what happened next. The horror and carnage inflicted by her own hands. It had only been at the very end, when the nameless priests had demanded that she end Sensei's own life, that the Chroma's influence had started crumpling. With 3 shots, she had broken the Shatim chest, ending Arona's protection of the teacher. And as she stood over the teacher's form, their head barely held together with metal braces, a single shot had left the barrel of her gun, piercing into the teacher's chest. As Anubis looked at Sensei's dying form, she had collapsed to the ground, apologizing over and over again, sobbing into the teacher's dying chest. None of this was what she had wanted. She had never wanted to end the world. Seeing someone she loved so dearly die at her own hands had shattered the Chroma's hold on her mind, and the memories began to flood back again in painful waves. She was Shiroko, or rather, she had been Shiroko, and all of this was her fault. If only she had never existed, none of this would have happened. She wished she had never accepted that warm scarf from Hoshino and had simply walked into the desert right then and there to die. Back within the present time, within the throne room of the Ark, Sensei and the Foreclosure Task Force listened as Anubis sobbed aloud, the words spilling out as she relived the worst moments of her life. A feeling of recognition grew in Hoshino. It all made sense now. The dead look in Anubis's eyes had always been familiar to her. It was exactly how Hoshino had looked after she had discovered that the Abydos president Yume had died all those years ago. Anubis had committed unthinkable atrocities on behalf of the nameless priests, her mind warped by the Chroma into her form as a forgotten god. But Shiroko had managed to break through again, regaining her humanity when she had lost everything else. The moment was interrupted as the ark began to violently shake, and Sensei realized that they were out of time. Himari had started the self-destruct sequence, and they needed to get off this ark before it collapsed. However, as Sensei looked across the throne room, they saw Phrenepates attempting to rise once again, their broken bodies shambling to their feet as the self-destruct sequence ticked down. From nearby, the white-haired Arona was quickly typing on the shattered Shatim chest, trying to stop the self-destruct sequence from happening. With a pained laugh, Sensei locked eyes with the cold, cracked mask of Phrenepates. They may have come from two different worlds, but they were both equally stubborn when it came to finishing what they had started. However, before Sensei could take another step forward, their radio began blaring aloud, and Rin's voice filled their ears, telling everyone to jump clear of the entrance to the throne room. Looking at the foreclosure task force, Sensei and the girls had only a second to think before following Rin's instructions, leaping out of the way of the entrance, just as an enormous blast of light erupted into the throne room, tearing through the chamber and blasting right into Phrenepates. The white-haired Arona was knocked to the ground, the Shatim chest tumbling to the floor in an instant, and the guide of the Chroma reeled backwards, crumbling to the ground as the white light erupted into the chamber. As Sensei watched the scene unfolding, they suddenly realized what Rin had just done. From the control room of Utnapishtim's ship, Rin had seen that the Chroma was trying to stop the self-destruct sequence, and she had rushed down to the cargo bay, where the Sword of Light, Atrahasis Supernova, was still resting. Although it wasn't fully charged, the enormous railgun still had enough power to fire one last shot, and Rin had used that to put an end to Phrenepates and Arona's schemes once and for all. Rin might not be the acting president of Kivotos any longer, but she wasn't about to let everyone's hard work be in vain. And with her well-timed shot from the Sword of Light, she had prevented the Chroma from shutting off the self-destruct sequence. It was time for them to get off this ark and get back down to the rest of Kivotos. The rift technology of the Nameless Priests was tremendously powerful, but with the ark's main systems now offline, they only had a limited number of escape sequences that could get everyone safely back to the ground, and they needed to start using them now. Calling up Sensei, Rin relayed that they only had a few minutes until the entire structure would be destroyed, and they needed to get all the students off the ark before then. Over the radio, Sensei told Rin to leave it to them. They would personally make sure that everyone was evacuated off this ark, and Sensei would be the last one to go. One by one, the operators of Utnapishtim's ship were transported back to Kivotos, followed by the members of the Game Development Club, the Gourmet Research Society, and Fuka. The Foreclosure Task Force were the last to go, with all of them continuing to look at Anubis with worried expressions before they were transported off the Ark to safety. Soon, there was only one escape sequence left, and Sensei looked at Phrenepates. It was nothing short of a miracle that Phrenepates hadn't crumpled to dust under the onslaught of the Sword of Light. But as the teacher locked eyes with Phrenepates, they felt like their other self was trying to tell them something. Against any sense of better judgment, Sensei took a few steps forward towards Phrenepates, and suddenly visions started flooding through their brain. Although they'd heard everything from Anubis, they could suddenly see the sights that she had described. The attack on Shale, putting Sensei into a coma for over 100 days. The metallic plates and screws that had kept the teacher's body together as they finally awoke, only to discover that Anubis had already destroyed most of Kivotos. The teacher had raced out of the hospital, their face fused shut from the metal plates, but still determined to stop Shiroko, even if they could no longer speak. Although their body was still broken, Arona had done her best to assist Sensei, using the power of the Shatim chest to keep them upright as they hurried to Shiroko's location. But they had been too late. Anubis had lost control of herself, and before Sensei could use the Shatim chest to stop her, the Forgotten God had destroyed the tablet entirely, leaving behind a black, shattered screen and a bullet hole in Sensei's chest. Much to the teacher's surprise, at exactly that moment, recognition had spread across Anubis's face, and she had collapsed onto Sensei, sobbing as she realized what she had just done. As the teacher tried to reach out for Anubis, their body still not moving the way that they needed it to, the void of the Chroma had appeared before them. As the teacher looked into the black void, they suddenly realized what this entity truly was, and why it had only appeared in these moments. The Chroma was drawn to Kivotos by death, giving its hosts the ability to continue living as monstrous shells of their former selves. And now, the Chroma's gaze had shifted to Sensei, their body growing and shifting as they morphed into the monstrous form of Phrenepates. Although the nameless priests despised the idea that a mere mortal had been chosen by the Chroma, they didn't waste any time. As soon as Sensei had been transformed, the nameless priests rushed towards the Shatim chest. It had not only been the teacher who had been taken by the Chroma. The lifeless form of the Shatim chest had turned on once again, and the figure of Arona appeared inside it once more. Her clothes were now stained pure black, her hair long and white as she stood motionless in her classroom. The teacher tried to hurry towards the tablet, but they still did not have control over their movements. Up to this point, Arona had been assisting them with walking, and now, with their head completely fused shut, the teacher was unable to speak aloud. They were a puppet in the hands of the nameless priests, and without the ability to tell Arona what was going on, the white-haired girl listened to the nameless priest's plans as if they were Sensei's own. The nameless priests were thirsty for blood, determined to wipe out all the forgotten gods in every realm, and the Chroma had just opened a void into another reality of Kivotos. Beatrice had just performed her ritual in the other version of Kivotos, and the nameless priests were sending Phrenepates, Arona, and Anubis there to destroy it. Phrenepates felt sickened as they gazed upon the nameless priests, determined to destroy every existence of Kivotos. But the teacher realized that this could be the chance they were looking for. This version of Kivotos was doomed. But if Phrenepates could find another version of themselves, then even if they couldn't speak, maybe the other sensei would be able to put a stop to all of this. So much was still uncertain, but Phrenepates was confident that in the same situation, their alternate self would make the same decision and try to save Kivotos from its twisted future. Back in the present, Sensei snapped out of the vision, realizing what it was they were seeing. The teacher thought that these dreams had been visions of the future, showing what would happen if Shiroko was changed by the Chroma. But they could now see that these visions had been memories from Phrenepates, who had seen their own world destroyed at the hands of the Chroma and the nameless priests. Sensei wasn't sure how they were able to see these memories, but everything was starting to become crystal clear. All this time, Phrenepates had been an unwilling puppet. Their body literally moved around to animate the Shatim chest and use the black card to fight back against Sensei, unable to stop their virtual assistant from following the orders of the nameless priests. And they had been unable to tell Anubis what she so desperately needed to hear. As Phrenepates' thoughts flooded through Sensei's mind, the teacher looked towards the sobbing Anubis on the ground and repeated the words of her sensei aloud. "It's not your fault, Shiroko," Sensei said aloud. "Your life matters. Don't regret living. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be happy. Thinking the only way to end your suffering is through death is terrible. You weren't born to suffer. If your world is filled with more pain than happiness, none of that is your fault. It's the fault of the world you live in and the people responsible for it. This is not your responsibility. That duty should fall to the adults in your life. And I'll be the one to take that responsibility." As Anubis looked up at the teacher, her eyes still pouring with tears, she glanced back at Phrenepates, realizing what her sensei had been trying to say all this time. Her future had been stripped away, but Phrenepates was trying to rebuild that here in this world, now that their connection with the nameless priests and the Chroma had finally been broken. Nearby, the white-haired Arona looked down at Phrenepates, confusion and despair coursing across her face. Arona hadn't been able to hear the teacher's voice in so long, and yet hearing their words from this sensei, Arona could now see how horribly wrong she had been. She had almost destroyed the world that Sensei treasured so deeply. The arc began to shake even more violently, with pieces of the ceiling tumbling down onto the ground below, and Phrenepate's voice echoed loudly through Sensei's mind, repeating the same words they had been trying to tell the teacher ever since they had arrived. Please, take care of my students. Gripping their own Shatim chest, Sensei returned Phrenepate's gaze and pulled up the last escape sequence for the rift. Truthfully, they had always suspected that this would be their final action. After all, Phrenepate's was correct. Even though they came from different universes, they were still the same person. And in the same situation, they would make the same decision. With a quick set of inputs, Sensei used the last remaining escape sequence to transport Anubis down to the surface of Kivotos. As Anubis left the Ark, the entire structure began to collapse. The falling ceiling collided with Phrenepate's, whose body was already broken from Rin's last strike. As Phrenepate's life force finally began to fade, they saw that the blue paper crane had been tossed out of their cloak. All this time, they'd still had it tucked safely away. And as the Ark disintegrated around them, Phrenepate's was grateful that Shiroko would finally be safe in this universe. Across the throne room, the floor had collapsed from underneath Sensei, but before their body started falling through the stratosphere, the Shatim chest activated, using the last of its power to form a protective bubble around the teacher. However, there was no energy left to stop the teacher's fall. Arona frantically tried to slow them down, but they were plummeting towards the surface of Kivotos, leaving the crumbling arc behind them. Sensei was saying something aloud, trying to give instructions to Arona, and she frantically listened in to what the teacher was saying. I'm sorry, Arona. Their face apologetic as they looked at the Shatim chest in their arms. Thank you for everything. Please take care of everyone once I'm gone, and make sure to save that child back on the Ark. Desperate tears were pouring from Arona's eyes. That child, what was Sensei talking about? She had watched Phrenepate's die just moments before. The only entity still left on the Ark was her alternate self, the forlorn white-haired Arona, who was still standing by her sensei's shattered body. The blue-haired Arona was already pushed to the limit, just trying to keep Sensei from freezing to death in space. But she reached out to the Ark, trying to make contact with her other self, and the line connected. With a quick jolt, the white-haired Arona appeared in the classroom of the Shatim chest, the two of them facing each other. Before she could help herself, the blue-haired Arona began sobbing uncontrollably, frantically explaining that Sensei had saved Anubis, and they had asked Arona to rescue her other self. The white-haired Arona stared back at her sobbing companion, still trying to process everything that was happening. All this time, Phrenepates had been trying to save her and Anubis, and now that they were gone, this world sensei was about to perish. No, Arona wouldn't let that happen. She might not have been able to save her own sensei, but the white-haired Arona knew what she could still do. The scene in the Shittim chest shifted around them. They were no longer in a darkened classroom, instead surrounded by the gentle waves of a beach, filled with pink light and glittering sands. Between their hands, light began to spill over the two Aronas. The light began to grow and swirl, spilling out in shards of blue as they poured all their remaining resources into this miracle. The waves around them blasted away, rippling through the Shittim chest as their power surged outwards. The light encircled Sensei's falling body, encapsulating them in a warm, protective barrier as they fell towards Kivotos below. The light was so bright that it lit up the night sky, appearing as a soft shooting star that gently fell towards the city below. All across Kivotos, the students of the city looked up to see the falling star, leaving a trail of light and stardust behind it as it slowly descended from the sky. Throughout the city, dawn began to crest over the horizon, illuminating the falling star as it swirled gently down towards the center of the DU, where the operators of Utnapishtim's ship were waiting for it. Within the protective bubble, Sensei could hear the voice of the General Council President, and a scene began to spread across their vision. The General Council President was standing at the edge of a beautiful lake, the ground glittering with pink and blue hues all around her. Turning to the teacher, she smiled, telling Sensei to cherish the memories that they've built. Such precious things would never really disappear. And now it was time for them to return back to where all their love exists, and all miracles were born. As Sensei safely descended into the district of Utnapishtim, Anubis stood on a hilltop some distance away. From nearby, Anubis could hear footsteps approaching her, but she already knew who it was. She would recognize those footsteps anywhere, as she'd heard them 1,000 times during her many adventures throughout Kivotos. Turning around, Anubis stood face to face with Shiroko. The last that Anubis had seen Shiroko, she had just bared her soul to the foreclosure task force, explaining how she had fallen to the influence of the Chroma. And now Shiroko was here, ready to face her other self once again. I can't give you this scarf. It's still too important to us both. But I can give you this. Shiroko produced something from her bag and handed it to Anubis. With a sharp inhale, Anubis immediately recognized the item that Shiroko had produced. It was the blue robber's mask, the same one that she had used to attack the Stygian bank in the black market. It was such a precious item, one that Anubis hadn't seen in so long, and Shiroko was offering it to her as a token of their friendship. Before she could help herself, a smile had spread across Anubis's face, and she clutched the robber's mask to her chest. Relief passed over Shiroko as she saw Anubis holding the robber's mask tightly. Anubis, I know that I was brought to the Ark because you thought two Shirokos couldn't exist at the same time, but I think it's okay to have two Shirokos here. I'm sure that you have a lot of thinking to do now that you're here, but when you're ready, we can go rob a bank. I mean, go cycling together. A familiar sensation began to fill Anubis's chest, and she began to laugh aloud, picturing the two of them racing through Kivotos. Shiroko was right that she still had a lot of processing to do on her own, but when she had healed enough from her old wounds, she would like that, to see her old friends again, and to be part of the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force once more. Meanwhile, some distance away, within the confines of the Shatim chest, both of the Aronas had collapsed, relieved that they had managed to get the teacher down to the ground in one piece. It would take a while to recover their strength once again, but through their combined efforts, they had saved Sensei and ensured that the teacher would see another Kivotos sunrise. As the blue-haired Arona rested on the beach, trying to catch her breath from performing their miracle, the white-haired Arona stood awkwardly nearby.
"Thank you, Arona,"
the white-haired girl said.
"I'm glad I could save Sensei with my last act."
Looking up at her companion with confusion, the blue-haired Arona quickly rose to her feet.
"What are you talking about? The Shatim chest was only designed for one Arona,"
the white-haired girl explained.
"If I remain here, the system will be overloaded, and for your safety, I must bid you farewell."
The white-haired girl's expression shifted into the sweetest smile, and she closed her eyes to hide her own tears.
"Go back to your bright and warm classroom, Arona."
Before the blue-haired Arona could respond, the white-haired Arona began to walk down the beach, looking for a way to shut down her programming. This was a fitting end for her. After misunderstanding Phrenapates for so long, she had managed to redeem herself with one last act. And now it was time for her to disappear for good. Her steps were abruptly stopped as something grabbed her arm, and the white-haired girl turned to see her blue-haired companion, whose face was twisted into an angry pout.
"Where do you think you're going?"
the blue-haired girl chided.
"You don't need to be alone anymore. I don't care if this overloads the system. You're coming home with me, to the place where we both belong. Taking care of you is now my mission, Plana."
"Plana?" the white-haired girl repeated.
"Well, I can't call you Arona forever if we're going to stay together. It might confuse Sensei. And besides, you're like a lone star in the night sky. From now on, I want you to light up your surroundings with your starlight. So I decided to name you Plana, since you're like a planetarium."
Surprise washed over Plana as she took in Arona's words. Plana. That was her new name. Honestly, she liked the sound of it. After all this time, she had imagined herself as a bringer of destruction, the agent of Phrenapate's will in the world. But Arona had given her a new home and purpose. Grasping Arona's hand, the two of them walked together through the Shatim chest, back to the sunny classroom, where their story together would truly begin. After the Ark had been successfully defeated, it was finally time to start picking up the pieces from the Chroma's assault. restoration efforts began all over the city. The Shiratori district in the DU needed the most repairs, as it was the site of the battle between Pororodzilla and Kaiten. But Chief Financial Officer Aoi immediately allocated emergency funds to help rebuild the city. As Rin gathered her belongings from the chalet office, she knew that her censure hearing would be coming up soon, but that hardly mattered to her now. Kivotos had survived, and even if it took some time to rebuild the Sanctum Tower once again, the citizens of the DU would come together to make it happen. Meanwhile, back at Millennium, Aris had been spending all her time building a small robot, trying to make it look just like the one from her dreams. When Kay had disappeared, this tiny robot had been the only thing remaining in Aris's mental space, and before her memory faded, Aris wanted to make sure that a bit of Kay always stayed with her in the waking world. From nearby, Aris could hear Momoe grumbling at her Game Girl SP, which had apparently created a strange save file during their time on the ship. As Midori came to take a look, she read the file name aloud. K.Save. Recognizing the name, Aris leapt to her feet, grabbing the Game Girl SP in her hands. A tiny file, barely 2 kilobytes in size, had materialized on Momoe's device. And if there was even a fraction of a chance that Kay was still alive, then Aris was going to take that chance. Hurrying to the Super Phenomenon office, the game development girls were immediately startled by a figure standing at the front door. It was none other than Toki, and she was an absolute mess. Enormous bruises covered her face, and her gait was strained as she shifted to greet the girls, holding her hands into a peace sign to greet them. From nearby, Amy emerged from the doorway, sighing aloud that Himari had taught Toki such strange mannerisms, but as long as the girl was happy, then that was all that mattered to her. From nearby, Himari rolled into view, greeting the Game Development Club, as well as Toki and Amy. Aris immediately rushed to Himari's side, filling her in on everything that had happened, and Himari gently took the game console. After a few moments, Himari agreed that the file could be K, but it was so small she couldn't be certain. However, if Aris wanted, Himari could retrofit the robotic doll that Aris had been building, and they could store Kay's data there until she could find more answers. Pure joy began to spread across Aris's face, and she readily agreed, handing both the robotic doll and the game console to Himari. There was only a small chance that they could resurrect Kay from the stored data, but Himari would make sure that Aris could carry Kay with her. Meanwhile, in the northernmost regions of Kivotos, within the great snowfield of Hyakiyako, the Ninjutsu Research Society had finally reached the site of the Twilight Temple. But what greeted them was an even more shocking sight. The Twilight Temple had been completely destroyed, buried under mountains of snow in the wastes of Hyakiyako. Nearby, a single figure stood, greeting them as they arrived at their destination. The vice president of the Hyakaryoran, Goryu Nagusa, had been patrolling the ruins of the Twilight Temple, and she had a message from Kuzunoha. As soon as the Ninjutsu Research Society had received Kuzunoha's scroll, they passed along the message to the chalet office. Sensei, I heard that you were looking for me, and so I have left this message with the Hyaka Ryodan. There is no way to restore an existence that has been reversed by the Chroma to its original state. It's a natural rule of this world, just as the dead cannot be brought back to life. But if you still want to rescue someone, then come see me, Sensei. Hanging up the phone, the teacher knew where their next destination would be. It may take some time to get there, as they were still awaiting the results of Rin's censure meeting. But once the turmoil in the DU was resolved, the teacher would be headed to the district of Hyakiyako, the land of festivals and strange rumblings amongst the snow. As Sensei started making their plans, Plana watched them from the Shatim chest, feeling a sense of satisfaction that the teacher was still doing well. Sensei had suffered tremendous physical damage from Utnapishtim's ship and the Black Card, but the wrinkles around their eyes were easily masked by the teacher's permanently tired state, and Plana wasn't sure if anyone had noticed them yet. Turning her attention away from the teacher, Plana looked down at Arona, who was sleeping peacefully in their classroom. Although Arona had insisted it was okay for Plana to remain here, it was clear that her presence was putting extra strain on Arona. The blue-haired girl was sleeping more than usual, trying to offset the load of Plana existing within the Shatim chest with her. Plana was still worried for what would come next. As Plana looked over Arona's sleeping form, she remembered what Sensei had mentioned about how similar Arona and Plana were to the General Council President, and Plana began digging through their data. If she looked hard enough, she may be able to find out why they were modeled after the Council President, or, even better, where the President had disappeared. After hours of intensive searching, Plana was startled by what she had found. They were here. That's why no one could find them. The General Council President was powering the Shatim chest from within it. Thank you so much for joining me over this last year and a half through Kivotos' story. This video series has been the most ambitious project I have ever worked on. It's taken countless hours of research, writing, editing, and reshooting to put together. And so, for a little while, I'm going to take a much-needed rest from these long videos. Please be assured, I do still plan on continuing this series, but if you want to watch long videos from me in the interim, then come swing by my Blue Archive streams. You don't have to catch them live. The VODs are always available, and I play through the events and the main story while voice acting all the characters, including Koharu's shrieks, Takane's Ojo-sama laughter, and Kasumi's gremlin cackling. Blue Archive means so much to me, and having the chance to share this story with you has been such a pleasure. If you love this series and you want to give back to this channel, please consider checking out my new merch through VOC, which is incredible. And you can also check out my bonus content through my channel membership. I'll be making a behind-the-scenes video for all members that will answer questions and talk about how I put this series together, in case you've ever wanted to know how this series is produced. I know that Blue Archive draws the most eyes on this channel, but I also want to mention that if you're interested in more of my storytelling, I play a lot of lore-heavy games on this channel that I would love more people to check out, since I think you folks would really enjoy a lot of these stories. If you're not sure where to start, I'd suggest my Scarlet Hollow and Volcano Princess series. Or, if you want more excellent gacha writing, you can watch how Honkai Star Rail has turned me into a bat-swinging, shoes-stealing gremlin. More than anything, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for loving Blue Archive and for helping make this channel my own miracle.